Let's do this. Just 1 minute, guys. Just 1 minute. Just getting things ready here. Hey guys, give me just a minute. I'm setting up. I'm setting up. Thanks, Texas. We're going to get into that in a minute. I was just getting the notifications out there like I normally do. I'm wearing my new hat here. Hi, enemy. Been a while. We're gonna get into that, enemy. We're gonna get into that. This is my new hat. Normally, I would be very excited about this. My childhood friend, one of my best friends growing up, a gentleman named Anthony Sims, runs his own prestige guitar company. He hand makes guitars. He has a small team, and they're premium. Everything they make themselves, their own pickups, their own parts, all of it is made in their shop. And they're called Lucky Dog Guitars. No, he does not pay me to wear this hat. I got it from him because I wanted to wear it, because I'm proud that a friend of mine that I grew up with has his own guitar company. So if you're interested in a kind of down-homey, redneck-looking Stratocaster or Telecaster style or whatever you're looking for, because they're custom-made, check out Lucky Dog Guitars. They even make great pieces of artwork just to mount on the wall if you're not a player. But I would prefer that you be a guitar player to buy a guitar from it anyway. We're going to wait for a few more people to get in here. We're going to give it 5 more minutes. And then we're going to get started. Sure, clean frame. Best of luck, Cleveland Guardians. Father, give me peace. Father, give me strength in my words so I do it right and don't mess this up. 5 minutes, guys. 5 minutes. Y'all can ask me anything while we're waiting for the official show time to start. We're trying to give everybody a chance to get in here. Hi, Ryan. Hi, J Chip. Hi, Ultra Steel. Hi, Nick Neal. Hi, Farb. Hi, Nicholas. Hi, Roy. Hi, Samurai Beast Warrior. I saw the Sonic commercial. It reminded me of the original blast processing commercial from back when I was a teenager. I found out about it at the basically the same time. Well, I found out about it a little bit ahead of the public announcement. Um, from one of his family members, let me know what had happened before it went public, and I just kept it to myself and kept posting Christian rock songs onto his Facebook feed like I didn't know any better, because I just didn't want any. They asked me not to say anything or let on, and so I didn't. Hey, zombie. I want you to know I ended up buying my own copy of Tax Scan, zombie. I wanted you to know that. I also ended up buying my own copy of One. Wanted you to know that too. We're going to get into everything, guys, in about 3 minutes. I do apologize. There's going to be some folks in here. Wait a minute, Texas. I'm pretty sure I discovered Game Chasers from your channel back in the day. That's quite possible. He's holding in there. 8th was not as close with Billy as I was. For some reason, when we started going to the cons, 8th gravitated towards Kevin, aka Captain Retro, and became friends with him, and would spend most of the cons helping Kevin out at his booth. But he did care about Billy, and I've got a story about that I already kind of touched on in social media, but I'll tell it at some point today. But we got a couple more minutes for some folks to get in here, and then we'll get going. I am working to hold myself together. As you guys know, when my father passed away over 20 years ago now, 21 years ago, I was so numb I didn't even shed a tear. And that's how I was at whenever I lost a loved one, is that my mindset was, well, I didn't really lose them. I'm just not going to see them for a while. They're not here. They're somewhere else. And I maintain that mindset now, but I'm also older. I'm older and I'm more aware of all the things that are being left behind here. And so I'm fighting to hold it together. So just bear with me. Bear with me. I still have my Back to the Future you signed on my shelf. Cool. You're one of the few people that have my autograph, zombie, because nobody asks for it. Well, actually, I have. The last time that I was at Retropalooza, I had a surprising number of people come up and ask me to sign their Blu-ray of Adventures in Game Chasing. So that's not exactly true. Okay. It is Saturday, September 20th, 2025, 6 p.m. This is the 7thCast. As always, I'm your venerable host, your friendly neighborhood 7th. 8th is upstairs doing what 8th does. So, The retro gaming community is suffered a severe loss this week with the passing of Billy Chaser from the Game Chasers as of this past Thursday. I have some of the particulars of what happened because of the fact that I talk to Billy all the time, and in fact, I had a text conversation with him uh, the night before he passed. He messaged me one last time at around 2 in the morning on Tuesday, and we'll get to that. But there's some people in here that aren't regular viewers. There's gonna, I'm sure, no, Bill, his real last name was not Chaser. And there's going to be some people from Chode Nation that end up in here, I'm sure, at some point during the show. So I think that the best way that I can honor him for who he was and what he did would be to just share my experience with him, because it's the only thing that I could tell you about him that's unique, and the things that he did for us. I have been living in Texas since January of 2017. And in that time, it's 8 years going on 9 years. I have what I would consider to be I have lots of friends, almost all of them through the Game Chasers. I have what I would consider two really close friends. And that would be my friend Brian, who has done so much for me and for 8th since we moved here. And he was a fan of the show, my show. He was also a fan of the Game Chasers. And he's been along on several of my game chase adventures to the cons since I moved here. But the other would be Billy. Billy I've actually known longer, and that's why it's going to take a while to tell this story. So, for those who don't know, I was born in 1974. I am 51 years old. I was born an only child, and believe me, this is not a tangent. All of this factors in. I was born an only child. I had friends, but not many. The ones I have had and continue to have to this day. Although, most of them live back in Tennessee, so I only get to talk to them through social media. But, it's just, I can name them off the top of my head. There's Tom. There's Mikey J, Mike L, Michael J, Chad, Brett, Brent, Misty, Mindy, Beth, Demi, and most of all, well, I don't talk to Beth and Demi anymore, but most of all was my friend Brandon. Brandon was kind of he had a quirky sense of humor. We were both kind of odd in that way, both very creative, both part of the gifted program. And, we were always going and doing something. Sometimes we would sit and record comedy tapes and pass them around at the school, which had skits and stupid songs and stuff like that on them. I mention him because Billy reminds me of him, and I'm getting to that. But if I wasn't out with a friend, if I wasn't out with all of them, riding the trails on BMX, or sneaking into the secret society bunker, the compound that was next to my neighborhood, and looking at all the wacky, weird crap that was in there, then I was closed up in my room by choice, alone with my imagination. And eventually, of course, when I became a teenager, I took over the entire basement of the house and turned it into a sort of apartment, and I lived down there right up until I moved out on my own. I say that because I spent most of my life as a very solitary person. And, you know, like I said, I'd go play with friends, and they'd want to come over and play and hang out. When we got older, we didn't play, we hung out. But for the most part, I would be alone working on drawings or watching movies, playing Nintendo, working on guitar, you know, just whatever. I spent a lot of my time by myself because I had no brothers and sisters. Lots of cousins, but no brothers or sisters. And because of that, I put a very heavy value on friendship. Friendships mean a great deal to me. Friendships for me are family. If I tell you you're my friend, I'm telling you that you're my brother or my sister. That's what I'm telling you when I say you are my friend. And that's the way that I've always been. And there's not anything that I wouldn't do for someone that I value as a friend. Nothing. If I had it within my means to do, I'd do it. If I didn't have it within my means, I would still try to figure something out. That's just the way it is. And, you know, I left all of that behind, all the friends that I did have, to move to Florida. My company transferred me there. And in 2001, I got married to absolutely the wrong woman. And by 2009, she and I had split up. The company had moved me to North Carolina and then laid me off. And so we bought this house, and then 6 months later, I didn't have a job. She went nuts. I kicked her out. I kept the house. She didn't get any alimony. I had full custody of the son. But I was unemployed, fighting to keep from being foreclosed. And I was kind of lost for a while there. Until one night I was sitting and I was watching YouTube and just, you know, bumming around on the internet, and I found on Destructoid a article called Fanboy Fridays, and it was talking about a guy named El Presador, and it had a link to one of his videos, and I watched it and I thought it was hilarious. And that on the sidebar was a link to the Angry Video Game Nerd, who I'd never heard of. And I clicked on that, and that became me swapping back and forth between watching every AVGN video that had been made up to that point and every El Presador video that had been made up to that point. And then when I got done with El Presador, I started watching all the people that was in his circle at that time, including Solid Rev and others. And then that's when I was like, hey, I can do this. And that's when I joined, I went out and set myself up with some DVD discs, because back then the only kind of camera I had was a DVD-R camcorder, and I started making YouTube videos in July of 2009. Skip to 2013, and the console wars officially died November of 2013, because at that point the PS3 had officially outsold the Xbox 360. And then the new, the Wii U had already come out, but the new consoles came out, that being the Xbox One and the PS4. And the Xbox One was such an underpowered, overpriced piece of crap. And I made that don't buy this. I made a DBTS for the Xbox One, and it shot through the roof on views. It was the first time I'd ever really gone viral. And that's when I realized console wars are dead. Trade Brotherhood is dead. This whole thing, it ain't going to lead to anything anymore. Crumb side or no. And so I'm just going to start focusing on reviews. And I had this idea for a podcast, a live stream that I dabbled with for a while before finally settling on the format that you know now. So I started making reviews, like, well, of course, the Xbox one, and the Street Fighter would come in 2014. And one day I get a tweet. I get a tweet from an account called The Game Chasers. And it was basically just, hey, I loved your review of the Xbox One. I thought it was hilarious, blah, blah. And I was like, well, gee, thanks. I didn't make any connection with his channel or anything. This was Billy, but I didn't know it yet. And he just kept watching all of my reviews, and we started talking. Talking about games, but also, where do you come from? Where do I come from? Just getting to know each other and shooting the crap type stuff. And eventually, I've told the story about how in 2004, while I was away on a business trip, my at the time wife had a yard sale and sold almost my entire game collection, everything except my PS2 and my Dreamcast. She sold everything. And some of my Dreamcast games, she only kept the ones she liked. She sold all of that, dozens of systems, thousands of games for $400. $400. I call it the infamous yard sale debacle of 2004. Well, starting around 2010, I still wasn't steadily employed, but I was getting contract work. And that's when I started slowly rebuilding my retro collection, bit by bit. By the time 2013 rolled around, when Billy found me, I had a small but decent collection going. By that point, I had my NES back. I had a Neo Geo. I had various different things. And he had posted pictures of his ongoing collection on Twitter and had kind of started a thread of people posting their collections. And I said, I've only been rebuilding for a couple of years because I lost all of it in 2004. So it's not very impressive. I posted what I had. And he was like, for 3 years, that's quite a good job there. And he was like, let me give you some tips. And he posted a link to one of his episodes. And so I went and watched it. And I became a fan of the show. And, I've been, just like I had with AVGN, just like I had with El Presador, I binged watched everything that he had made up till then, as far as the official Game Chaser episodes. And then I found his other channel, his Billy Chaser channel, and I watched through all of that stuff, which is, that's some interesting stuff there. But we became really good friends over Twitter and eventually on Facebook too. We would cycle back and forth between Facebook and Twitter, mostly Twitter. And I didn't get to know Jay at that time because Jay would respond to comments on the videos of his channel, the Shady J Show, but he's not that big on social media. He's not that big on social media. Wait a minute. Magic powers. he he wasn't as open to response on social media, at least at that time, as Billy was. So this was something that was cultivating primarily with me and Billy. But mainly up until a certain point, uh, Jay's notion of me was just that I was a fan of Billy who would send them stuff to open on their Stuff People Sent Us show. And he would always know it was from me for two reasons. One, because I would draw Roman numeral sevens and sevens all over the box so that when they went to the post office, they'd instantly know 7th sent that box. And two, I would always send some kind of a prank gift for Jay, and usually involving monkeys doing human things because he has a phobia about monkeys doing things that only humans should do, like driving a car or sweeping up the floor with a mop, that kind of thing. For some reason, that really bothers him. And so I would send him giant posters of, monkeys taking a dump on a toilet and monkeys playing ColecoVision and stuff like that. Some of them I actually had framed, professionally framed, and sent to him. But anyway, that was pretty much his impression of me because Jay was not a fan of my show. Billy was a fan of my show. Billy watched my videos. So up until that point, all Jay knew about me, he didn't even know what I looked like. He just knew I was a fan of Billy. So that went on from 2013 right up till 26. Oh, you didn't have to do that, Dark Star. I appreciate it. Here's a lucky number donation, 7th, and your number piece for Billy. I never knew him to watch the Chasers. Well, you should go watch the Chasers. Do that for me, Dark Star. Do that to me. Do that for me. Go sub to the Game Chaser channel. Start on episode 1. Move up. When you get to episode 68, you might see someone you recognize. Anyway, thank you. I'm not going to do the dollar bill animation tonight, guys. I'm trying to. Anyway. So that went on between me and Billy from 2013 until 2016. And we talk about all sorts of stuff. We talk about my health, talk about his health, and I'll get into that later. Talk about politics. I'm not really going to get into what his political leanings were. I'll just say that he's your typical all-American Texan in that when it comes to politics, and leave it at that. We agreed on most things in that regard. Agreed on most things in religion too, but it wasn't a topic that came up that often. But 2016 rolled around, and at this point, I'd been working for the same company for 4 years. And they let me know that they were not going to continue having a location where I was, the Charlotte location. They were shutting it down. And that I had 3 choices. I could stay and take, I think it was a 6-month severance. I could move to their office outside of Atlanta, or I could move to Texas. So the day I found that out, I came home and first of all told my fiance, and she said, well, I'm not moving to Texas, and immediately started packing her stuff to move out. That night, I told Billy what was going on. And without hesitation, he said, you've got to come to Texas. He's like, job market's not good. Don't take your severance. Take the transfer. Come to Texas. Because I'd already told him that if I stayed, that, 8th was halfway through the 8th grade. He was going to be going into 9th grade. And because of the way we were zoned, the only high schools that he would be allowed to attend were very high crime high schools. And, were some of the lowest ranked in the country. So Billy knew that, and he was like, "Bring him here. You're going to be 3 hours away from us and outside of Austin, but Texas is a big state anyway." He's like, "The schools are better here. Everything will be better for you here." And I was like, "Well, the only upside to Atlanta is that if I moved to Atlanta, I'd only be 90-minute drive away from what's left of my family here." And he's like, "Well, you're going to have to make a choice of being close to family or making sure that your kid gets out of high school alive." And I understood that, and he was like, "Besides, you're going to have friends here." And that's what made me decide to move to Texas. And he was like, he's like, "We're not going to be able to be there to help you move in because we've got a lot of stuff booked." He said, "I don't even think we're going to be in town when you on your move-in week." But he said, in March we're going to be having Retropalooza in Houston, and you can come down, help set up on Friday. We'll make sure that you're paid for, and so that's what I intended to do. And so in January of 2017, we moved to Texas, and thanks, Brother Natural. This show. Billy didn't want a GoFundMe or any of that kind of stuff. If you guys want to donate for Billy, whether it be for like a funeral fund, which I don't think they're going to need that, but if you want, regardless, if you just want to do a donation for Billy, go to the Game Chaser channel and just do a tip thing for them and tip it there. Because at this point, Billy handled all of that, and so I don't even know how I would get anything that you sent to me. I don't know how I'd get it to Regina. So if you want to donate for them, go straight to their channel and do it for me. Okay? If that was for me, Brother Natural, I appreciate that too. But that's not what this week was about, but I appreciate what you guys do. Anyway, moved to Texas, and made sure to hold some of my bonus money for Retropalooza. And so March comes, we book our hotel, we come down there on Friday, all raring and ready to go. We're gonna, as much as I can with my health being the way it is, me and Eighth gonna help unload the truck, set everything up. We come walking through the doors, Billy ain't there. Billy is not there. Who is there? Jordan Fringe. And he's like, "Oh, hey, 7th, how's it going?" And Jay is standing over on the other end of the building. Now remember, he's never met me before. He turns around and sees me and Eighth talking to Jordan Fringe. And he yells, "Tell that fat effer to get out." And Jordan looks at me kind of like, he's like, "Just wait a minute." He goes running down to the other side of the building. He tells, "That's 7th. That's 7th. That's Billy's friend, 7th." He's like, oh. And I came walking up to him, and I'm like, "What can we help with?" And we set up. That's when I learned that Billy typically does not show up for the con until the next day, because he doesn't actually do any of the setup. He leaves all that to Jay because it's Jay's baby, and he just would show up to run the Game Chaser table and sign autographs and do all that, take pictures and do all that kind of thing. So we help set up, and I get to know Jay a little bit. Not tremendously, because during the cons, Jay is really, really busy. He is one of the hardest working people I know. And that's one of the reasons why to this day, uh, I don't know Jay as well as Billy. Not only because he doesn't talk as much on social media, but just that, I've had more opportunities to sit and hang out with Billy than I've ever had with Jay, because Jay is always busted hump. He's always on the go. He's never slowed down. Even after the show for the night, he's up until the wee hours of the morning having fun with his friends. He's just go, 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 go. So the next morning, I meet Billy in person for the first time. I saw him from a distance come in. This was during his long hair phase. So I went walking up to him. And as I'm walking up to him, I'm having to crane my neck and crane my neck and crane my neck just a little bit more until I was finally face to chest with him. And I was just, oh my God, too tall. And that became my nickname for him, was Too Tall. And he said, "Oh, hi, you're 7." I'm like, "Yes, I'm 7." And he shakes my hand and gives me one of those, half bro hug things, and shoves me right into his pec, because I'm like, he's like Sasquatch size, and I'm 5'8", has never been this great. And then he walks around to his table and he sits down, and he says, "You know what? I just realized something." I was like, "What?" He's like, "I've never asked what your real name is." And so I told him what my real name was. And he looks up at me like this. "Yeah, I'm never going to be able to remember that. We're just going to stick with 7th. And then he says, "There's something I got to know." And I said, "What?" And he said, "I want to know if those sunglasses are just for show and you think you look cool sitting indoors with sunglasses on." And I was like, "Oh, you think I make it up?" And he's like, "I want to know if you do or you don't." I said, "Okay." I took my glasses off and I handed them to him. And he does this number. "Holy shit, you're blind!" And then he gave me my glasses back, and I looked at him and I said, "I told you." And that was the first time I ever met Billy in person. And, we had already established a strong trust from the years that we had been texting back and forth. But he got to where, he would trust me to watch over his booth while he was out, doing whatever he needed to do, watching his merch, that kind of thing. He took me around and introduced me to everybody. He introduced me to Grimsey. He introduced me to OK Chief. He introduced me to Pat the NES Punk, Gamester 81. He did the whole round. Of course, 8-Bit Eric, who was sitting right there. 8-Bit Eric had no idea who I was. I was like, "Hey, I'm Billy's friend 7th," and he looked up at me like, "Okay, now who the hell is this guy?" And to this day, me and Eric aren't as close as I would like, and it's because he just hasn't always been around at the times that I've been around, And of course, he lives in San Antonio. I lived at the time in Cedar Park. Now I live all the way up in Temple, just 2 hours from where Billy lived. And so that's something I would like to I'd like to rectify. I'd like to rectify that. And I reached out to him after all this happened earlier today to kind of try to get things moving in that regard. But and we're gonna talk later. We're gonna talk. But that was my first experience of meeting him in person. And the, the things that I can tell you about him is that he he was a person that his creativity was everything to him. If something didn't stimulate his creative juices, you might as well have been performing water torture on him. He hated doing work for the sake of work. He just, you know, when the money wasn't there, it was a reality that he lived with, but it wasn't something that he preferred to do. He wanted to be doing things that excited him, that stimulated him, that interested him, and he had a number of interests. I can't even tell you how many times we've talked about aliens and Bigfoot and the Loch Ness monster and chupacabras and every kind of conspiracy theory, especially the more fantastical stuff. Shadow people, ghosts, demons. He wanted to talk about all of it. He loved that kind of stuff. And good Lord, he loved gremlins. He loved oh, sorry, my mind is he loved the gremlins. He really loved the monsters. And he really, really loved Star Trek. Now, don't get me wrong, he loved Star Wars too. Every 80s kid did. But he had a thing for Star Trek, much to Jay's annoyance. But I'm kind of that way, I'm a creative too. And I'm older than him by about 4.5 years, give or take. If we had gone to the same high school, I would have been a senior the year before he hit ninth grade, the year before he became a freshman. And of course, when I moved to Texas, I also met Brian. Brian reached out to me and was like, "Hey, I live an hour from where you're moving. I would love to come help out and do various." And whereas Billy was someone that I would bounce a lot of my creative ideas off of and just chat about everyday things. Brian has been the one who's helped out on things that Billy was obviously too far away and too busy to be involved in. Which, don't get me wrong, Brian is extremely busy. His line of work, he puts in a tremendous amount of hours. It boggles my mind. But Brian has been the one that I would actually get to go and hang out with the most. Although lately the last couple of years he's been so busy that hasn't happened that much. Love you to death, Brian. I really do. But I'm trying to. I don't have any notes, guys. I don't have an outline, so I'm just winging it. Okay. So it evolved to the point where basically me and Billy were pen pals that got to see each other twice a year. And then the winter or the early winter of 2018 came, and they were down in San Antonio at a flea market, and they got kicked out again because every time they'd go to one of those flea markets carrying a camcorder, some people would get freaked out and think that they were ICE, and they'd kick them out of the flea market. So they got kicked out and didn't get the footage that they needed. So they were going to be coming home with effectively no footage, and they needed to come up with something to fill the second half of that episode. So out of desperation, Billy tweets out and says, "Hey, is there anyone that lives between San Antonio and the Dallas-Fort Worth area that would let us come and see their collection or has anything they want to sell?" So I replied and I said, "I live outside of Austin. My door is open. Come on." And that's how I ended up in episode 68. And I want y'all to know that there was no discussion between me and Billy before they arrived. They asked if for someone's house to come visit. I said, "Come to my house." I gave them the address, and they were there a couple of hours later. There was no pre-planning. There was no nothing. So they came to and that also includes that they didn't know. They had no indication of what I was willing to sell, what I wasn't willing to sell, or how much I was going to ask for any of it. So they came over. They went through my collection. They drank all my Dr. Pepper. They made fun of Scott and made fun of that. By Scott I mean Grimsey. They made fun of Pat. They cracked jokes. They farted. They did all these wonderful, typical game chaser things. And then when they asked what kind of price I was thinking of, I didn't whip out my phone. I didn't go to price charting or any of that. I told them, just take it. And they refused. They would not let me give it to them as a gift. And so I was like, okay, $50. And so they agreed to, electronically transfer $50 to me. And then, but that wasn't good enough for Jay. Jay also said, "Is there anything that I could do for you?" And I was like, "Well, I've been looking for a CRT." And he said, "What kind?" And I said, "Sony Trinitron." He said, I'll take care of it." And he did. A couple of Retropaloozas later, he had a 20-inch Sony Trinitron waiting for me, sitting right back there in my retro area, and it still works. And later on, Wood. Where is Wood anyway? Wood sent me the $50, and he tried to send me more. And I sent it back to him. And I was like, "No, $50 is what we agreed on. $50 is what you're going to pay. No more." So he told that to Billy. A few weeks later, after all this had happened, Billy, out of the blue, because we've been talking about other things. Like I said, we talked about everything. Everything under the sun, man. He said, "Hey, if money wasn't an option, an issue, and you could buy any retro console that you don't currently own, what would it be?" And I replied to him, "No question. It would either be a 2-port Atari 5200 with the connector that doesn't set houses on fire, or it would be my holy grail, the Vectrex." He's like, "Those are good choices." And then he changed the subject. Didn't think about it at all after that. Several weeks later, I'm sitting at the office because this was well before the pandemic. And so I was still working at an office every day. I get a message from 8th. "Did you order anything really expensive on eBay?" I said, "No." "Or big?" "No." "Well, there's a great big package sitting out on the front porch." I was like, "Well, take it in the house and see what it is." So I'm waiting for a little while. And 8th replies, "Holy shit." And I'm like, "What?" He sends me a picture. First, he sent me a picture of the box. Then he opened it up. And there, sitting in there, was a very minty Vectrex. I instantly messaged Billy. As I told you that $50 was the deal, that you didn't have to get me anything. And he said, "What do you mean?" I said, you bought and shipped a Vectrex to my house. I said, I'm looking at it. It's on my kitchen table. He said, I have no idea what you're talking about. You just must have a rich fan. I have brought that up repeatedly to Billy since that day. And every single time, even on his live streams, he denied it. But I know it was him. The timeline is just too perfect. And I didn't have any other fan that would have shelled out at that time over $300 for a Vectrex. I still have it to this day. It's sitting back there in the corner on the second shelf down. Eventually, I have this little plastic container right here next to my computer desk that keeps all of my controllers. I want to replace it with a metal cabinet for the controllers, and I want the Vectrex to sit right here next to me. That's where I want to keep it from now on. But that was how things went, man. And, you know, I kept going to the cons. I only ever go to Retropalooza. At the time, there was a convention that was held in Austin, where I lived, every year, much bigger than Retropalooza. I never went. You know, it was a 30-minute drive. I never went. Still haven't gone. And now that I've moved to Temple, there's a Bell County Comic-Con that happens here every summer in a great big domed building, like 10-minute drive from me. I didn't go to it either. I only go to Retropalooza, period. That's it. Because Retropalooza is where my friends are. Anyway, I kept going to Retropalooza, and every time I'd go, you know, I would pick up some things early from vendors if I saw something that I didn't want to give anybody else the opportunity to snatch up before I got it. I would do that. In fact, the very first time I went to Retropalooza in 2017, the one I just mentioned. I'm sorry, I'm bouncing all over the place. One of the first vendors that I met was Grimsey. You know, Billy introduced me. Oh, no, I'd already met Grimsey beforehand because Billy didn't show up the next day. I met Grimsey Yes, I met Grimsey first because I went and talked to him during setup day on Friday. And I bought up a whole bag full of his NES cards, including Gargoyle's Quest 2, which he gave me a really good deal on. And so the next day, when Billy took me and introduced me to Grimsey, I told him, yeah, I bought a bunch of stuff from him yesterday. And Billy looked at me and he said, you should have waited till Sunday. He would have given you a much better deal. And then just kept on going. Right in front of Grimsey. Right in front of Grimsey was standing right there. You should have waited till Sunday. He would have given you a much better deal. And I looked at Grimsey and he was like, Billy was right, though. Typically, if you wait till Sunday, you've got a bunch of people that haven't sold a bunch of their stuff, and it's stuff that they don't want to have to pack back up and take with them, and so they'll start selling at deeply discounted prices to get rid of some stuff. So as long as it wasn't something that was such a hot ticket item that you were afraid they were going to buy it the first day right out of the gate, you can wait until Sunday if you're going to be there for the whole weekend and get much cheaper rates on a lot of the stuff. But anyway, on opening day, the first vendor I would always go to was Billy's Table. Because I always gravitated between Billy's Table and Kevin's Table. And because, of course, I didn't have my own table. And you know, I'm old and I'm half crippled and I can only walk for 20 minutes at a time before my back starts to hurt and I have to sit down. And so Billy always made sure that I had a place to sit, and Kevin always made sure I had a place to sit. And so I would kind of gravitate between those two. But I would always go and see what Billy had for sale first. And every single time, don't worry about it, Blaze, every single time that I went to that con and went to Billy and showed any interest in something that he had for sale, he wouldn't sell it to me. He would just give it to me. I'll give you an example. I walked over to his booth one day, and there sat a minty, complete inbox with manual, original Phantasy Star for the Sega Master System. Not a rare game, really, but it was the one Phantasy Star that I didn't have. And I'm like, what are you asking for that copy of Phantasy Star there? And he said, oh, this one? I was like, yeah, that one. And he picked it up and he looked at it and he was like, He opened it up and he's looking at the cart and he's flipping through the manual. You know, he's messing with me. And just take it. And I said, what? Just take it. It was like that with everything that I ever tried to buy off of him, ever. With one exception. When he was trying to raise money for the movie. And I told him that at that con, you're not giving me anything this time. You will take my money. You need money for the movie. Do we have an understanding? Do we have an accord? And he said, fine. And so I bought a couple of $100 worth of NES carts off of him. I bought Scat, and I bought some police procedural thing or something. I can't remember the name of it. It's over there. But I bought $200 worth of NES carts from him that day. And that's been the only time that he had ever charged me at a con for anything. Now, he's done the Whatnot thing, and I've bought stuff from him on Whatnot to, just to give them some extra money or whatnot. But that's how he was, man. That's just how he was. And the thing you have to understand, when it comes to Eric and it comes to Jay and the others in the Tim, eventually Rob, I wasn't there in Texas when these friendships formed, I was kind of like, a normal sized Keeb. I was just somebody that, not all of them like Keeb, but that Billy talked to all the time on Twitter and thought that my videos were funny. And so he kind of just brute forced me into that circle. But at the same time, there were some things that he would kind of maintain a distance between me and some of that world. Particularly some of the late night activities that would go on at the cons. Now, what happens at the cons stays at the cons, so I'm not going to say what some of that stuff was, but some of it was stuff that, both because of who I am and because of the fact that I always had my son in tow, Billy always chose to just kind of, we'll see you tomorrow morning kind of thing, Now, there's been a couple of times, once 8th reached 18 years old, where, we were invited into the, the hotel after party type things, up in the hotel rooms with everyone hanging out and, having a drink and just chilling and having a good time. But, some of it, Billy wanted, to keep things separate. And at the same time, he had group chats, private group chats, that had, Eric and other friends in them that I was never a part of those. He kept our conversations one-on-one. I was never in a group chat with anybody else. It was always one-on-one, because we would get into some like really personal, real life husband and father type stuff. He was a human being, and he had things that he worried about, and I kind of came to look at him after a time as a sort of a little brother figure in my life, which I'd never had. Even though he stood a foot taller than me well, not a foot, but 7 or 8 inches taller than me. I still looked at him from a little brother perspective, and I would give him advice when he asked for it. Because just like anybody else, he had things that he worried about, things that insecurities. He, in front of his audience, he seemed like this larger than life, extroverted, very outspoken, optimistic person, and in a lot of ways that he was. But when you got him one on one, he could actually be kind of introverted, almost shy, really. Kind of always, kind of living inside his own head sometimes. If you understand what I mean by that, I can get that way too. In that way, we're kind of opposite though, because I'm a guy that'll talk about just about anything, and I'm like, I don't have an on-off switch. I'm always go, 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 go. But he had moments of real deep introspection, and one thing that he was always concerned about was my health. Now, he never made fun of the way I looked, never mentioned my weight in any kind of mean way or anything like that. I couldn't even get him to troll with me. You know how they're always, him and Eric and all them were always busting each other's balls, making fun of each other, calling each other. I could not get him to do that with me to save my life. I would bust his balls so bad, I would troll him so hard, he would never give it back to me. He never would. And I think it was, he never said as much, but I think it was just a respect thing. That, not to say that he doesn't respect his friends, but that maybe he was legit thinking that I wouldn't understand the spirit of it because I'm a little bit older than him and would take offense to anything he actually said. I'm not sure. But he was always concerned about my health. What are you eating? How much are you walking? Have you been to have a checkup? Do you have a gym membership? Do you have any exercise equipment? Is your neighborhood safe for going on walks? He would ask these kind of questions. And he would say, "Have you weighed recently? What's your weight? What's your blood pressure?" He would ask this kind of stuff, wanting to know. Because he would worry about me. If he didn't hear from me for a few days, "Hey, are you all right? I haven't heard from you." Because we talked several times a week. I mean, it wasn't quite an everyday thing, but we talked a lot. Not voice, because he never offered his phone number and I never asked for it. I didn't need it because we talked all the time on either Twitter or Facebook. And if he needed to tell me something voice, because it was just easier than typing it, he'd send me a Facebook voice message. That's one of the things that that's one of the things that I've been doing this week, or the last couple of days, that I've been saving all those voice messages that he left me over the years, so that in case anything of his social media gets shut down, I won't lose them. So I've been saving those. But anyway, I'm not gonna, and that's another thing. Those messages, I have them right here. Some of them, 3 of them, were sent to me in the last several days. And I'm being, very open and raw about all this right now. But you guys can't have those, okay? I hope you understand. Uh, I've given y'all just about everything that you could possibly ever want to know about me over the past 16 years or so. Yeah, I'll answer just about any question that you want to ask me. But those voicemails are mine, and I'm not. That's one time that I'm choosing not to share and be a little selfish. Okay, Regina would be able to hear them if she wants, just by logging into his Facebook and scrolling through his messenger. If if Jay wants to hear them or if Eric wants to hear them, I'll play them for them. But otherwise, I'm keeping them with me. All right. And try to understand that for me, please, if you care. Thanks. Uh, but sometimes, like I said, sometimes it was clowning around and joking around about different things that we'd seen or things that we'd done. Sometimes, yeah, we'd talk about deals that we got, Blu-rays that we found, game deals, that kind of thing. Uh, Eric was actually a topic of discussion several times because of things that Eric would say in public. Eric, Billy really, really loved you, man. Uh, he would sometimes talk about you in sort of a bemused fashion, like a big brother would talk about, "You'll never believe what my little brother did yesterday," kind of thing. And he would always have. I'm just paraphrasing to give you an idea of the vibe, but he'd always paraphrase a kind of a "that's my Eric" kind of thing with some of the stuff that you'd say and do. But he loved you, man. He loved you to death. He really did. But sometimes the things that he would talk about, it would kind of show, the insecurities that he had, the things that mattered to him, the things that he worried about. And I'm not going to go into everything, but because I don't want to get into too much private stuff. But to give you an example, when he found out that he was going to be a dad, he messaged me about it, and he was excited, but he was also worried. I don't know if I'm ready. I don't know if I'll be a good dad or not. I don't know. I mean, and these I told him, look, these are insecurities that every first time father has. You never feel like you're ready, and you never are. But that's not something to be scared of. And I talked. That night I talked to him till like 7 in the morning. He was up all night worrying about this, and I just kept on with him. I'm like, "You're going to be a great dad. You're going to be fine. You're going to make mistakes here and there. That's just the way it goes. But you're going to be fine. And you're not raising the kid by yourself. Regina's there. She's going to be a great mom. It'll be fine." And so, of course, not long after that, not long after that, uh, I got to meet his son when he was just a little wee thing, and I'd actually bought him a few outfits, a couple of outfits to wear, which, of course, him being itty bitty, he quickly outgrew them. I think he's around 7 years old. I think he's about 7 years old now. And the last time that I saw him was in Retropalooza Arlington in 2023. The Retropalooza before this last one that they had to move into downtown Fort Worth, that I couldn't attend because I just bought this house and didn't have the money to go. So I didn't get to see him. But I got to meet his son then. His son was about 5. Cute little kid. And Regina had him with her. And she she said go sit next to Mr. Seventh for a minute. And so he came and sat down, and I had my Retroid Pocket with me, which is my little handheld emulator that has all, thousands of games on it. And I'm sitting there plugging away on something. I can't remember what I was playing, and I feel a little tug. And I look down, and he's looking up at me, and he's like, "Mr. Seventh, can I please play your game?" And I said, "Sure, kid. What do you want to play?" And he's like, "Can I play Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles?" And I'm like, "You're your dad's son, all right." And so I put on Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the arcade game, not the NES version, but the actual arcade game. And I handed it to him, and I was like, "This button does this, and this button does that." And off and away he went, and he was just fine. And I was very proud. I was very proud and honored of the fact that both Billy and Regina trusted me as an experienced father to babysit their kid when they had to get up and go do something, when they needed to be away for a bit. And Regina was just she's an amazing woman. She's very kind. She's got a biting sense of humor to her, but she was very sweet, very accommodating. I would be watching Billy's table, and I'm not I'm not a guest. I'm not some famous YouTuber that they have sitting there that Jay is paid to be there to do panels and sign autographs and all this stuff. And she comes walking up, and she's like, "I'm gonna go grab lunch for me and Billy. Do you want anything?" And I was like, "Well, I don't. I was probably gonna buy, Whataburger on the way home." She's like, "You can't wait that long." She's like, "Do you want something?" I was like, I look over, and Jim, if I remember right, was eating. It was either no, it was Pete. Pete was eating a chicken wrap, and I was like, "I'll have one of those chicken wraps." And she was like, "I'll go get you one." And she got me that and a drink, and that was so kind of her. I mean, I could have made the walk there, but uh, I think she knew well enough that I didn't always have the easiest time walking around long distances. So that was very, very kind of her. And then the next day, the same thing happened, but it was Pete, 16-bit Pete. He grabbed me lunch. Old Pete. But that's another thing. There's so many friends that I've made because Billy pulled me into that world kicking and screaming. And none of them knew me because I didn't start out in the retro gaming community. I'm still not considered part of the retro gaming community. I'm just 7th. But back then, I was coming out of the console war stuff, the crumb side. And there was only a small handful of Billy's group that was even familiar with that side of YouTube, one of which was Ant Dude, who I met the first Retropalooza, and he knew who I was. And I was shocked that Ant Dude was a fan of the old school console wars. He knew me. He knew Black Bond. He named El Presidor. He named several of us Trey Brotherhood guys that he used to watch, and that just amazed me. It amazed me at what a small world it was. But then, of course, Billy started talking about his movie. And, he would run ideas by me and things. But, he was mostly working with, like, Jay and Rob, which I didn't meet Rob until 2 years ago. I didn't really know Rob up until 2 years ago. I'd met Melvor, I'd met Dodongo, I'd met Tim, I'd gotten to know all of them, but I hadn't met Rob until 2 years ago. and we hit it off almost instantly. We had a conversation about long conversation about movies and books and writing and things, Blockbuster, because something we have in common. I used to work for Blockbuster when I was in Florida as a second job just to get free movies and crap. Really. And you know, he talked about how he wanted to avoid as much as possible hiring real actors. It's like he wanted all the main roles to be his friends, and then character actors for the other stuff. And he wanted to know if I would be interested in being in it. And I was like, sure, I'll do. And he's like, I don't even need to be in it. If as long as I can get the time off, I'd be happy to be the guy driving on the set and bringing everybody coffee and donuts. I'd be that guy. I'd be your gopher. I'm fine with that. And he's like, no, I have a part in mind for you. It's a good part. Well, by the time he finally got to the point where he knew the dates of when the filming was going to start, I couldn't get the time off work to do it. And I was very upset. And I had to tell him, no. And at this point, I still didn't even know what the role was that he wanted me for. And I had to tell him no, and he's like, it's okay. It's okay. It's not your fault. We'll find something else for you to do. We'll still make sure you're a part of it. Don't worry about it. I said, okay. So as it got closer to Retropalooza, he said, I've got this other part. It's a small part. You're basically going to try to. You're a guy at a swap meet who's going to try to buy an NES off somebody for $2. And he's like, but I want to make sure that you can at least kind of act. He's like, I've seen your videos. I know you can, but you still got to audition. I was like, okay. So he gave me a couple of lines, and I sent in my little audition clip. And he said, oh yeah, that was great. That made me laugh. Then a few days later, oh man, the role that I had you audition for, it turns out I've got to give that role to somebody that donated on the Kickstarter to be in the movie. So I've got to give that role to him. And I'm like, it's all right. I understand. They paid for it. I didn't. I only paid, $250. I didn't pay the big, any of the big donation ones because I didn't have it. It's okay. You gotta live up to your word. No big deal. So then a little while later, he's like, we're going to be filming some scenes at Retropalooza. I want you to bring your costume for Sarge. Now, for those of you that aren't familiar with my work, I've dabbled in doing redneck reviews with a character named Sarge, who's a big fat redneck that wears overalls, very stereotypical, that guy. And he said, have your costume with you. Bring the overalls, bring the ball cap, bring it all. I was like, okay. Not knowing what it was about. And so the second day we were there, or no, it was like the afternoon of the first day, late afternoon of the first day. He said, go put your costume on. I was like, okay. So I went and put it on. He's like, meet us outside. So I went outside, and I think Rob was there at the time, but I didn't recognize that it was Rob because I didn't know Rob. It was just another guy that was there helping film the shot. I think it was him. But there was a crowd formed there, and it was on the steps leading up on the side of the building where they had the convention at. And they were filming a dream sequence that Eric's character was supposed to be having, where he was dreaming that he had been crowned king of the universe by some space princess. And the space princess was being played by their resident cosplay expert that's at all of their conventions, Taffeta Darling. and then the guy holding the crown there was Pixel Dan, and then for some reason standing to Eric's left was me. Now remember, he's being crowned king of the universe, and I'm standing there with him and a space princess, and I'm wearing overalls and a mossy oak ball cap, and I'm sitting there, holding my the straps to my overalls, and then as it as he starts to be, it is announced that he's been crowned king of the universe, and they're putting the crown on him. Uh, the direction that Billy said was, it's almost like a fourth wall break. You're aware of the fact that you're here, but you're a real life person in this dream sequence. You don't know how you got there or why. And when you hear that he's been crowned king of the universe, try to give me both awe and disgust at the same time. So that's what I filmed. When they start to crown him up, at first I'm just kind of standing there, and then and when I hear it, and then they switch to a close-up, and I'm like, I slowly hover into the frame from the left with this disgusted, shocked look on my face, and I'm just looking Eric up and down the side of his face and looking out towards the crowd, not looking directly into the camera quite, but kind of a fourth wall break, like, can you believe this shit? And I'm like, and, and when we finished the shot, they're all standing there laughing at it. And Eric was like, man, you were freaking me out making that noise in my ear. And I was like, sorry, I was trying to, capture the moment. And then Wood comes to me and he's like, he was like, that was one of the most, it's like you gave him exactly what he asked for. I've never seen awe and disgust at the same time before, but now I've seen it. And Billy was like, great, perfect, exactly what I wanted. And then a few months later, he tells me that he's having to cut that scene. And I'm like, son of a bitch! I'm never going to be in this movie. And he's like, I'm sorry. It's just not going to fit. It's just not going to fit. But he's like, that scene was supposed to tie in to another scene. That character is seen earlier in the movie, and I want you to do that. And I'm like, well, okay, give me a weekend, and I can drive up there and film it. And at the time, the whole COVID thing was going on. And he's like, no, I'm going to need you to film it yourself. And I'm like, dude, I'm not a director. You've seen my camera work. It's not exactly professional. And he's like, don't sweat it. It doesn't have to be high quality anyway because of what it's going to be used for. He's like, here's where I want you to put the camera. Here's how I want you to set the set. Here's you some lines. I want you to do these lines verbatim, and then do some improv to give me some extra seconds in case I need it. And I was like, okay. So me and Eighth went and built a garage sale scene set matching what he asked for. And I set the camera up on a tripod out in the yard. And I did the whole looking just to the right of the camera to make it look like I'm talking to someone who's interviewing me shtick. And I said the lines. And I did some B-roll of panning past the table and showing the floating head, which Billy didn't even know that I had a floating head prop when he gave me the floating head line. So that was kind of a bonus for him when he saw the footage. And I did the whole thing of, he didn't take all of it, but the whole scene was me sneaking around to the side of the house and looking around and opening up the trash can and taking the garbage out and stabbing it with a knife and looking at the camera and saying, one man's trash is another man's treasure, and just ripping open the bag to look inside. And I sent all that to him, and as it turned out, I was the star of a hit reality show similar to American Pickers named Ray McLowball. And I'm the one that gives them the idea to go hunting for old stuff at yard sales. In the movie canon, I am the inspiration for the Game Chasers. Now, I don't know what original part Billy wanted me for. I just know that it was a much bigger part. He never did give me any details about it. He just said that he would need me there for a few days because it was a bigger part. And then when I couldn't make it, then he still wanted me in there, so he put me in this lower bit, which he's never would admit to it, but I believe that I never saw the full script at the time, but I think maybe he added that in there just so that I would have something to do. I don't know. But he seemed very, very happy with it when I sent him the clips. And this would tell you how good him and the guys that he works with, Rob and Joe Redifer from GameSack, they both helped with audio and things of that nature. When I filmed that scene myself on a tripod with a Sony Handycam, a 4K Sony Handycam. And it was very windy that day, as it often is in Texas. So a lot of the audio had going through the audio. You had the roar of the wind every few seconds. But by the time it was put into the movie, it just sounded like it was coming out of a TV speaker with no wind there. It looked like it was actually being shown on the TV screen, coming out the TV, And it was filmed with a frickin', $400 Sony camcorder, Sony Handycam. And he made it look like $1 million. He made me look like $1 million. Just because he wanted me to be included. And he did that so often, man. So often, I'm going to go do this. You want to come with? And now this was at the cons, I'm going to go do this panel. You're going to come and watch? Okay. All right. I'll come and I'll go watch the panel. And he'd be up there and he'd be introducing everybody and he'd be like, oh, and out in the audience, there's the 7th level sitting right there. You'll remember him from episode 68, And everybody would turn around and see me and they'd, oh, hi. And they'd, but he always wanted me there. He always wanted me, if I couldn't actually take an active part, he wanted me to be there to witness it, at least. Like for posterity's sake or something. And when he finally got the movie done, even though I hadn't paid the tier to be able to attend the premiere, he invited me to come anyway because technically I was in the cast as Ray McLowball. And once again, I couldn't go because of my job. And I didn't want to hurt him, I didn't want to hurt his feelings, but they wouldn't let me go. And it was the only time that me and Eighth were going to see our faces up on the big screen ever. A literal once in a lifetime opportunity to sit in a movie theater and see our faces up there, and my job wouldn't let me go. And I felt so bad. having to tell him that I couldn't be there. And he said it was all right. He understood. He wasn't mad. It wasn't disappointed. It was okay. But I still felt like I let him down on that one because he had gone so out of his way to include me in it, like he had done with so many other things. And it's not like I've ever, you know, added anything of real value to what they do. You know, I mean, let's be honest. You know, my channel has been circling the drain since about mid 2014 or so. You know, I haven't done anything of significance view wise in a long, long time. So, you know, there's not there's not fans lining up to see Seventh at Retropalooza. You know what I'm saying? I'm not making them any money. I'm not, contributing any star power to anything that Billy had included me in. He just put me in it because I was his friend and he wanted me to be in it. And that's the way he was with a lot of his friends. So many of the people in that movie are people from his life, friends of his. I'm just one of them. And all the same, I was very proud to get my copy of it on Blu-ray and be able to sit and watch my 4 or 5 seconds of fame and see his dream made real. And it was so good, guys. It's so fun. Yeah, it does feel like you know it feels like something that you might have found from Vestron Video or something at the video store in, like, 1985 or something. Uh, like walking into your local mom and pop, and there's a copy of the Dirt Bike Kid or something sitting there. That's what it feels like. It has that vibe to it. And uh, OK Chief is awesome in it. He was a last minute addition. The guy that they had hired to play that role, who was going to play it totally different, couldn't make it. And so he played the role instead. And he had never acted before. And of course, he hadn't had any experience in memorizing lines and stuff. And it's my understanding that Billy just said, do it the way Chief would have done it. And it came out awesome. Him and Eric are some really part of the best part of the movie because the interaction back and forth between those two. Now, there are some in jokes in it that you're not necessarily going to get unless you're a diehard uh, Game Chaser fan, like the whole thing about the gnomes when Eric has the fantasy about the gnomes attacking the car. That's an inside joke. It's a very, very vague reference, but it's a great movie. I tried to watch it earlier today, but I was having a hard time getting through it every time Billy was on camera. But around 2023, I noticed a change in him. Billy, that is. He seemed tired. And he would complain to me about having headaches and pain in his neck. And at the time, he told me that it was that he had compacted stuff in his neck and stuff in his back, that his back wasn't straight, that he had scoliosis, and he was having procedures done to try to straighten his neck. And that because of that, he was, they had made him quit working out to well, not quit altogether, but to back off of a lot of the muscle training and whatnot, because it would make it easier for the vertebrae to settle themselves with this procedure or whatever it was. But I didn't see any improvement in him from these treatments that he said that he was getting. And I was watching, I would tune in after the 7thCast to watch his Saturday stream, and he just seemed to be getting paler and getting circles under his eyes, and his cheeks were starting to lose some of their thickness. And I'd say, man, I'm worried about you. You look like you've been spending a lot of nights without sleep, man. You're looking like you're not feeling too good. And he told me about the neck nagging. He said, but I'm going to be honest. I'm going through some stuff. I'm feeling down. I've had some down days, and he said, there was a point where I would take medication for such things, and he's like, I don't want to get on that anymore ever again, because he said, I don't feel like me when I'm on it, and so I'm just trying to rise above it and cope. And he said it's making it to where he said I'm having to really fight to maintain the my creative fire for the show. And this is what I mean when he could be, there was an insecure side to him. He was starting to think, because of the way the algorithm was doing him, he started saying stuff like, that he didn't know if people really cared about it anymore. That they had peaked and that they were going downhill, and I don't know that people still watch like they used to. I think we've lost viewers. We're not finding good things out there anymore. And I would tell him, look, it's not you, it's the algorithm. I was like, you could film a video of the four of y'all sitting in a public restroom taking a dump, and the fans are still going to watch it and think it's hilarious because they love you. It's not just your content, it's not just your talent, it's you guys. They love you. And as long as you are in it, they are going to be there. And he would snap out of it, and he'd be all right, and then he'd get back into it. And I could tell that there was something else going on with him, but he wouldn't talk to me about it. I'd try to get him to open up, and he wouldn't say. But I could tell that there was something that wasn't just headaches and neck pain that was eating at him. And it would come and go. He like I said, he would snap out of it for a little while, and then he'd be back to like just being down and not. And sometimes he'd give me bits and pieces about things that were bothering him, but other times, I could just tell that he was just kind of detached and checked out and not having it, And like I said, that went on through like 2023 and some of 2024. And of course, I saw him in 2023, and seeing him in person, I could see it. He looked exhausted. And he told me, oh well, we're not making the money that we used to make off the channel. We're not making the money that that we used to, and so I'm having to do some actual non-game chaser video work again, and I don't like doing that kind of stuff, but we're still in debt from the movie. We've got to pay this debt off. I'm busting, trying to get that paid for, and we need equipment, we need this, and we need that. And he was also, branching off into other things. They were trying with that, well, until the basement got flooded. They were trying with their What's Wrong with These Guys podcast, which was great, by the way. I loved every episode of it. And until Melvor's basement flooded, that was a great show. And other continuing on with Toy Chasers and uh, what have you. But I wasn't ever going to push him because it wasn't my place to push him. But I knew there was something else going on with him besides his neck and just getting headaches from overwork. I just didn't know what it was, and if he knew something, he wasn't telling me. And so I didn't get to go to Retropalooza in 2024 at all, because one of them was in May of 2024 and the other one was in October, I think, or late September of 2024. And I had just put every dime I had into moving into this place. And, I told him all about it. I told him everything that we'd built here and put in. And, and he'd told me, well, the next time that I'm having to drive between home and San Antonio or whatnot, I'll try to stop in and see the new place. And it didn't happen. It didn't happen. He didn't have the time to do it. He was too busy, and I understood that. But he had actually been to the previous house a couple of months before we moved into this one. He was driving home alone from, I think, San Antonio. He had done something down there. I don't know what. And he was driving on the way home, and he asked if he could stop by for a little while. And I said, sure. And we had been talking about him doing that anyway because I wanted to give him that floating head prop that I'd used in the movie, so he could either keep it and put it on display at the conventions, or they could auction it off, sign it and auction it off at the convention, something like that. And I'd also gotten him a little present, because I did that from time to time. And so, sure as the world, that night he showed up at the house, and I gave him the floating head, and I presented him with his gift, which were the 3 Reaction brand Munster action figures. And he was surprised by them, and he actually referenced one of them about a month ago because I sent him a little tweet showing him a picture of these molds that I think NECA showed off for new Munster figures that they were going to do a line of. And he said, well, that's cool, but it's not this cool. And he took a picture of the Munster, the Herman figure I'd gotten him, showing that, he still had them, because he wanted me to know that he still had them. And the reason that he wanted me to know that he still had them was because, I know I'm going on tangents, guys. Several years ago, I gifted him with a Gizmo Furby that I had found that was, I paid over $100 for it. And I presented it to him at Retropalooza, and he was like, huh, yeah, I don't have one of those. Thanks, man. And he stuck it under the table. I knew instantly that he hated it. I could see it on his face, because he couldn't hide that. He couldn't hide that. I could see it. And I'm like, you don't like it, do you? No, it's great, it's great, it's great. A couple of weeks later, he set up his little shrine to gremlins in his office, and that Gizmo Furby is nowhere to be seen. And so I would constantly hound him. Why is that Gizmo Furby not on your shelf, Billy? He's like, what are you talking about? I don't have one of those. He eventually got to the point where he was denying his existence, and he never would fess up to it. But I think that he didn't want to hurt my feelings and that he had hated it so much that he probably resold it on eBay or something. He wouldn't say. He wouldn't say. All I know is that it at no point was that Gizmo Furby ever on a shelf anywhere that was on camera at his house. But while he was at the house, this right here is an At Games Legends pinball, and it's been modded. 8th modded it. He took the screen out of it and put in a 144 hertz 4K screen. And or no, it's not 4K. It's just, I mean, it's 144 hertz screen. And he took the guts out of it and replaced it with a PC that's running a 2060 Super. So it runs, it can run visual pinball any table you put on it at 60 frames per second. It's primo. And I've got 400 or 500 tables installed on it. And that includes multiple Star Trek tables, a Gremlins table, and a Munsters table. So I showed it to Billy, and I said, look here. And I flipped through and showed him the Star Trek tables, and I showed him the Munsters table, and I showed him the Gremlins table. And I just sat down like this, because in the old house, the pinball table was right next to my desk, just like this. So that made it easier for me to install new tables. I could just take the drive out, plug it into here, install the tables, boom, done, easy. In fact, I've got the keyboard and the little mini mouse for that computer sitting right here. Well, I just sat back in my chair just like this, and Billy stood right there in the old house and played him some Gremlins pinball and some Star Trek pinball and some Munsters pinball. And watching him play the Munsters was hilarious because, of course, every time Herman appeared on the screen up here, he'd go into his, oh, Lily, I can't do it, but you've seen him do his Herman impersonation. Well, he was doing that while playing the pinball. And the other night, after we found out what happened to him, 8th told me, that it had actually made him proud to sit that night and watch Billy have fun playing the machine that he had built, enjoying something he had essentially made. And that was one of the things about Billy. He could make you feel better without being consciously aware of the fact that he was making you feel better, just by being who he was. And everyone that was around him would benefit from it. It was like walking around a good vibe generator. As long as you were standing within 10 feet of it, you couldn't help but feel a little bit better about the day. That's who Billy was. And so he was here for a few hours, and then he looked at his phone and he was like, I got to get out of here. I got to get back home. And I said, okay. And I stood up, and he gave me one of his patented bro hugs and shook 8's hand and walked out the door to his car, or truck, I should say. And that was the last time that I've ever seen him face to face. And that was, spring 2024, a month or two before we moved into this house. So, during that time, he had shared that there had been some challenges with Retropalooza because of the forced change in venue, and things hadn't gone that well with Fort Worth because of the fact that the hotels were more expensive, the parking was more expensive. It wasn't a very convenient location to hold it in, and that Jay was working really, really hard trying to find another venue for it, but they weren't entirely sure that it was going to happen this year at the time. Well, out of the blue, finally, sometime during the summer, I can't remember exactly when it was. Jay, it might have been it might have been mid spring. Jay announced, it's going to be held at, I think it was the Will Rogers Center somewhere in Fort Worth, and it was going to be in December, which is, to my knowledge, has never been in December before. And I wasn't going to be able to go the whole weekend, but I was, me and Brian had talked, and we figured we could drive up there just for the day. Like drive up there for Saturday, which means I wouldn't be able to be there to set up, but I wouldn't have a problem buying my own passes this time since I wasn't going to be there to set up, and it just at least be able to see them. And and Billy was like, "Yeah, no nuts, you need to be there." And I was like, "Okay, I will be there. I will make it December 14th, the first day. I will be there." And this whole time I've been going to his live streams, and his live stream would usually happen after the 7thCast was over, like around it would usually start about an hour after the 3-hour 7thCasts would end, right? And I always had fun with it because what I would do, he had a certain cadre of games that his fans were always paying for him to play because those were games he could actually beat. Like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the arcade game, Ninja Gaiden, UN Squadron especially. And UN Squadron, nothing against Billy, but I got so tired of seeing UN Squadron. Because the way he would beat UN Squadron is he would farm to earn enough money to build up his plane. So he would go through some of the same missions over and over again, earning the money to buy the weapons and the gear and stuff that he'd need to make it through the rest of the game, and then he'd beat the game. It would take forever. He'd do this. He would also beat Super Mario 3 without the flute, and that would also take forever. And so eventually, and Gremlins 2. Yes, Gremlins 2. He would do it with Gremlins 2. I decided that I was going to instigate a UN Squadron tax. And the tax would be that I would pay to make him play awful games if anyone donated to play UN Squadron. And the main game that I would make him play that he could not stand was Sword of Sodan, which is the worst Sega Genesis game ever made. It's horrible. And so, someone would donate to play UN Squadron, and then instantly would pop up on his screen, UN Squadron tax, play Sword of Sodan. And he'd be like, 7th, you son of a bitch! He hated that game so much. And I got such glee from making, and, I would spread out. I would find, because I have a pretty vast Genesis collection. It's not huge, but it's over 200 titles. And so I'm very familiar with that platform and what it has and the absolute worst that it has to offer. And so, and Super Nintendo too. My Super Nintendo is not as big as my Genesis, but I know some of the absolute worst on that. And so I was constantly making him play god-awful games when he had streamed. And I paid him to do it. It's not like he wasn't getting money. Sometimes $2, sometimes $10, sometimes $20. It was just depending on what I had at the time. So it wasn't like he wasn't getting anything out of it. But every single time, if I was on there, at some point I was going to make him play a shitty game. Hey, 7th, you son of a bitch. You freaking troll. I loved it. It was like, it was the highlight of my Saturday. And I was still doing that all through the summer. I did that. Hey, Melvor, how's it going, man? I'm glad to see you. I'm really glad to see you. But in case if you guys don't know, Melvor is a very intricate, essential part of the Game Chaser crew. He was the cameraman for a lot of the time. He's done editing. He's Jay's one of Jay's brothers. I've only had the pleasure of meeting him a couple of times in Arlington at Retropalooza, but incredibly fun to talk to, uh, and would love to see him again sometime in the future. But I trolled him even as late as like July, uh, and again, sort of Sodan and whatnot. And then on uh, on August 22nd, he sent out a message to his members through his channel, saying it was very vague. It said something to the effect that he had fallen and he was having trouble with his legs. And so I jumped on Twitter and I messaged him and I said, I just saw your member message. What the fuck is going on? And he said, I don't know, man. I'm freaking out. He said, I fell and now my legs don't work. He said he said it feels like when you're sitting on the toilet too long, trying to take a shit and your legs get all tingly. He said, but I can't move my legs right. He said, I'm going to the ER now. And I said, okay, man, just message me as soon as you know something. And so I didn't hear from him, and I finally I wrote him and I was like, hey, status update, how are you? And he said, hey man, I'm still at the hospital. He said they're gonna run some tests. They want to do an MRI on my spine, and they've taken some blood to make sure there's nothing wrong with my back that's causing this. And I mentioned to him that I had a cousin whose legs would go out from under him because he had a pinched sciatica nerve, and every now and again he would pinch it just right and he'd lose the feeling in his legs and fall over. And of course that's didn't end up being what it was. And then I kept waiting to hear from him and waiting to hear from him and waiting to hear from him. And out of the blue, here comes this video where he looks absolutely devastated and scared to death, and saying that they had done an MRI and they had found a brain tumor. And I tried to talk to him about it, and he just said they're going to do a biopsy to find out if it's cancerous or not, and then we're going to discuss treatment. And and I told him, I talked to him about prayer and hope, and I told him about how I had been diagnosed with leukemia when I was 7 years old, and my parents not having a lot of money, and the doctors wanting to ship me off to St. Jude, and instead they took me to a church and on a Sunday night and laid me down on the altar, and the pastor anointed my head with oil, and everyone took turns in what they call a prayer line back then, where every church member gets in a line and everyone takes turns laying hands on you and praying for you. Went on half the night. A couple of weeks later, I'd gotten all of my energy back. I'd gained the weight back. I was eating regularly, and they took me and had all the blood work and everything run. And long story short, I'm one of the only documented cases of spontaneous remission in the state of Tennessee, and it's never come back. I've got everything wrong in the world with me, but cancer is currently not one of them. And I told him that story. And I also sent him videos of Bill Stevenson, the drummer for the Descendants, who back in 2010, they found a brain tumor the size of a softball or a tennis ball inside his brain, not like on the side of it or outside of it, but deep inside it. And they were able to perform surgery and cut the whole thing out. And when he came out of it, he said it was like having 1,000-pound weight removed from his head, that everything was clear. And to this day, 15 years later, he's still out there touring and playing drums and is perfectly fine. And I showed him that. I sent him videos of that, and I started sending him every day a Christian rock song to his Facebook page. And at first, he couldn't type because it hadn't just affected his legs. It affected one of his arms. I think he had his right arm in a sling, in fact. But after a time, he started being able to type back to me, or at least he was having somebody type messages for him to me. I don't know which, but he sent songs to me. He was like, he said, I tried to send you this one on your Facebook page on your wall, but then realized I don't really know how. And he had sent me a song. Oh God, Theocracy was the name of the band, I think, and they're kind of a Christian nu metal kind of thing, almost like a Breaking Benjamin style of band. And apparently he really liked Theocracy, but I kept that up even after the day passed. I was still posting songs there for him, but I don't know if I don't know if he knew the severity of what was wrong with him, or if everyone around him was told, that there wasn't any hope and just didn't want to tell him. Because what he told me, he said, it's big, but it's operable. They're going to they're going to cut it out with lasers, and it's going to take 4 procedures. But they're $100,000 a piece, but we've already hit the deductible, so it's fine. We're covered. Our insurance is good. It's going to take care of it. And the first surgery is Thursday, which was the 18th. And I was like, oh, all right, man. Well, that's good. You've got a plan. And, you're going to have a recovery road, but, we'll just leave it in God's hands and you'll be fine either way. But then, and I took that to mean, because the words cancer he never brought up cancer to me at all, and because of the fact that he was saying, they're gonna operate, I took that to mean that it was benign, and so they weren't, because if it was cancerous, then they were gonna, they would have put him through probably 3 months of radiation and chemo to try to shrink it before trying to cut it out. But he didn't mention anything about chemo or radiation to me. He just said, they're going to use lasers to cut it out starting on the 18th. And so, I was happy to hear that. And so thinking that, he was acting positive about it. And so, my dumb ass starts talking to Rob and Melvor and saying, when he's in recovery, we should come up with some ways to just kind of prank him and have a little fun with him. And one of the things that I suggested was, when he comes out and he's doing his rehab, you should set up a Sega Genesis in his hospital room and have a copy of Sword of Sudan waiting for him, and let him know that 7th had donated it for his rehab recovery. And one of the other stupid things that I said, and I said this to Melvor, and Melvor, I am so sorry. I didn't know, man. I didn't know. I said, when he comes out of surgery and he's waking up, you should go to the Halloween store and get some of those fake Frankenstein neck bolts that you can get from costumes and glue them here, so that when he, the first time he sees himself in the mirror, he's going to see these neck bolts sticking out of him, and everyone can call him his character from his animated show. And and that'll he'll wonder why everyone. I said you could even try to get the nurse in on it, so everyone that he talks to is calling him Frankenfuck, and it was because of what he had told me. I was that sure that he was going to come out of it. And I'm sorry, man. I didn't know. I think he kept some things from me, and I don't know if it's just because he knew how worried I'd be about it. I don't know, or that he didn't know himself. I don't think that's the case, because I saw RGT85's video, and he talked about how he was one of the people in the group chat that Billy had always kept me separate from. And they talked about how he had told them in that chat how severe things were and how bad things were. So, I don't know if he knew the reality of the situation and he was just telling me, the hopeful parts of it because he didn't want me to worry about him. Or if that was just his way of trying to stay positive in his own mind about it, because the less he had to talk about the negative stuff, the less he had to worry about it. I don't know. I just know that he never mentioned to me any radiation. He never mentioned to me any chemo. He never mentioned that it was a cancerous tumor. He just said that they had a 4-part plan and that they were going to use lasers to cut it out, and they were going to do it in 4 procedures, and it was starting Thursday. Tuesday morning at around 2 a.m., he messaged me on Facebook. Now, you guys know that a couple weeks ago, I had a heart event, and it was the second time in a year that it happened. The previous time it happened was in July of 2024. I walked upstairs to get something out of game room number 2. And I walked up the stairs, I was fine. Walked down the hallway, I was fine. When I started stepping into the game room, my heart did a little flip, like a heart murmur. And eventually it just started doing that constantly. Flip, 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 flip. No pain. No pain in the arm, no pain in the shoulder, I was able to breathe. I wasn't short of breath, but just flip, 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 flip. And my pulse was like, and I sat down and waited, and eventually it stopped, just like it did a year ago. I went to the doctor. The doctor said that I probably had a condition called atrial fib, where the heart loses its natural rhythm and goes off rhythm. And that there was medication for it. Worst case scenario, surgery, but usually they could manage it with medication. But that I had to go and get a heart monitor, which I haven't got yet because they couldn't do it for me until October 10th. But I got to go get a heart monitor on October 10th, and they're going to measure, they're going to run, I'm going to have to wear that until October the 28th. And then they will tell me the results and put me on whatever medication they need to put me on. Well, I had mentioned that, and it just so happened that Billy had actually, I don't know where he was watching it from, but Billy had seen me talk about that. Sometimes he would stealth watch the 7thCast without even telling me that he was there, and then he would talk to me about things that I'd said. And I was like, if you were in there, why didn't you say anything? But anyway, he messaged me Tuesday morning at around 2 a.m. Unbeknownst to me, he is in the process of dying. And he says, how's your ticker? And so I told him that, what the doctors had said, and, what it felt like, but that it didn't hurt, and it was just kind of weird you out a little bit because it doesn't feel normal. I said, so it's it kind of sucks, but it's nowhere near as unfun as having to have your brain lasered. And he said, yeah, it doesn't sound too fun at all. And he said, but yeah, he said, and the brain laser is $100,000 a pop too, but we already hit the deductible, so no worries there. And he didn't reply after that. And so then, I don't hear from him all day Tuesday. And then I think it was either late Tuesday night or sometime Wednesday. The whole timeline of it is messed up in my head. His cousin Chris makes a video saying that he's unresponsive and he's hooked up to a ventilator. And I messaged Chris directly. And I was like, he told me he was supposed to have surgery tomorrow. What happened? And, the next day, Thursday, the day he told me that he was going in for his first surgery to get rid of this stupid thing, that he had been declared brain dead, and they had taken him off the ventilator, and that he had passed away that evening, Thursday evening. You see all of this. You see that arcade machine that I paid, $4,000 for with my bonus earlier this year. All these games, the recliners, the futon back there with the TV and the retro corner and all that. When I knew that I was going to be moving an hour closer to them, which is still 2 hours away, I built this room specifically for the opportunity of them driving from Dallas to either Houston or San Antonio, that on the way in between, they'd have a home between homes that they could stop at, have a cookout, play some pinball, play some retro games, play four-player Turtles on the arcade cabinet. Just a fun place for them to hang out. And he didn't even get to see it in a video because I put off doing the game tour video waiting for the table to get here, which it arrived last week. So he didn't even get to see it on camera, much less come here and see all of this. He didn't get to see it. And, I didn't get to see him at Retropalooza last year at either one because this thing has been so expensive. And I wish I had just driven up and walked in just for a couple of hours. Just not to buy anything, but just to sit at the table with him like I always did and just hang out. I wish I'd done that. I wish I hadn't been so stupid. And then, I can't afford a hotel and I don't have the money to buy anything, so I'm not going to go. So stupid. Oh, so stupid. And now, I don't even know if Jay is going to is going to keep moving forward with Retropalooza in December. But I know I'm not going to get to see my friend there. But I'm here grieving for my little brother, who I only got to see twice a year, that I've been talking to for 12 years, almost every day. And everything that you see in here would not have been possible if not for Brian and Billy. Because when I moved here, I didn't even know Brian yet. Billy was the one that convinced me to do this. And so now, he's the reason why Eighth is able to go to Temple College and work on his degree in mechanical engineering. And Billy was very proud to hear that Eighth had gotten accepted and had picked a career, because that was one of the things that we talked about, was that that Eighth was having a hard time finding something that what he wanted his path in life to be, and so Billy was very proud to hear that Eighth had finally picked something in it and was moving forward. But all of it was because of the fact that I reached out to him as a friend. And he had told me so much about what it would be like living in Texas and things I would have to do when I got here. How the DMV worked different than I was used to, and hooking up electrical power and all these different things. Here's something you might run into, and he warned me a lot about driving. Yeah, and that how dangerous driving in Texas was. And lo and behold, not too long after I moved here, a couple of years after I moved here, he ends up getting in a wreck between two cars. They smushed his Camaro to bits. He could have died then. He could have died then. But he was the epitome of a good-hearted person. He always wanted everyone around him to be happy, whether he was feeling happy or not. He was very good to talk to, and he was never ashamed to ask for advice or to give it if he felt that he had something that he could say that would help. He didn't have a problem with that. I feel terrible for Regina. I feel terrible for his son. Eighth was 5 when me and his mom split up, which of course she's not long for this world now either, but she has her own cancer battle that she's fighting. He doesn't have a whole lot of memory of her. I allowed him to stay with her, every other weekend for a little while. And then when he turned 12, he decided he just didn't want to be there anymore. And so he doesn't have any memories of her prior to our age 11 or 12. And here's Billy's little boy, and he's just 7 years old. But that's one benefit to the Game Chasers, and that's one benefit to the videos that his friends are making for him right now, is that he's gone. He's not going to be there for so many of his little boy's milestones, but anytime that he wants to know who his dad was, there's thousands of hours of his dad stored for him to see anytime he wants to see it. And I can't help but feel that that's a really good thing. And I don't know if that was something that Billy ever planned for, was that if something happens to me, he'll have these, but it's a good thing nonetheless. And I'm 2 hours away. There's not a whole lot that I can do to help because the company makes me the company makes me book all of my time off in advance. And so all of my paid time off is booked up. I don't have any paid time off until the last week of October, and then the last week of November, and then the last week of December. And I don't know that any of them would even want me there, because I'm not family, and I'm not part of the inner circle, because like I said, he kind of kept me to some level segregated from some of that, to where some of them still, uh, they recognize my face but don't necessarily know who I am. Some of them, and that's fine. It's like I sometimes I think Billy looked at me, and that's like that. Seventh is my friend. He's a friend of the channel, but he's my friend. I don't know. That's just how he kind of treated me sometimes, and that's cool if that's what he wanted. I don't know. I don't know. I only know what he told me and what he didn't tell me, guys. But I couldn't even, if they were going to hold a funeral, I couldn't. For one, I don't know that I would feel like I belonged there. I don't even have a suit, man. I don't even have a suit. When COVID happened and they sent me home and made me permanent work from home, even then I didn't have a suit. I wore, button collared golf pullovers, golf shirts with black jeans and black work boots. That's what I wore to the office because it's Texas. You could get away with that. When I worked in Charlotte, I had to wear dress pants with dress shoes and button down dress shirts with a tie and all that. I didn't have to do that in Texas. And so I'd thrown all that out. I don't have a suit. I don't even have Sunday bests. All I have are black jeans and a couple of pullovers, and that's it. So this was the best that I could do. And, I'm not Jay. I wasn't his best friend. He was a best friend to me. And that was one of his gifts was, and you will notice this as you watch the other tribute videos that have been made about him. Even if you were just a friend of his that he got to see at the con, when you were with him, he would make you feel like you were his best friend. I considered him one of my best friends because I could talk to him about anything and he could talk to me about anything. And we would talk late into the night about all sorts of things. About our successes and about our failures and about our fears and the things we were proud of, the things we weren't so proud of. And we talked about everything going back over a decade. And, but I didn't grow up with him. I didn't work at the Blockbuster with him. I only knew him starting mainly from text. Like I said, he was my best pen pal friend that I was fortunate enough to see twice a year. But I loved him. I still love him. And I know he loved me because, he said so numerous times, including one of the voicemail messages that he left for me last week. And some of it, most of it is grief, but there is an element of fear that goes along with it. I'm being 100% with you guys. I'm not going to lie to you. You know, I'm older than Billy by 4.5 years, and here he is passing away so fast. But again, it feels like to me he knew something was not right as early as 2023, just because of the way that he talked to me and the things that he talked about and the swings in mood that he would have. But I don't know. Maybe they told him. Maybe the doctors told him earlier that there was something there, but maybe he was afraid to find out what that was or how bad it really. I don't know. I just know that what he was telling me in private ended up not being 100% matching up to what ended up actually being the case, and I don't I don't know why that is. If it was just because he didn't want me so scared about it, that really breaks my heart. But I don't know. I don't know why he did that. I never will. I just I know that I miss him. Like I said, we talked all the time, and ever since this happened, I'm still hopping onto my Twitter, and I catch myself opening my Facebook and going right to my messenger, somehow expecting there to still be something new in there. And still posting things to his Facebook wall like he's going to actually see him. And I hope that I'm not. I hope to God that I'm not upsetting Regina by doing that. I hope it's not weirding her out. If it is, Melvor or Chris or somebody, message me and tell me, and I promise I'll stop. It's just kind of keeping him alive in here to do that. Because I'm not quite ready to let him go. And like I said, yes, there is an element of fear to it because I have all of, but also irony. I have all these things wrong with me. I'm about to turn 51 soon. He was the epitome of health. He worked out at the gym. He ate. I'm not going to say that he ate right, because for one thing, he enjoyed his alcohol during his live streams. Uh, Sometimes a little bit too much, like what happened with Melvor's phone number. I'm not going to get into that, but he took care of himself way better than I ever have. But he's gone, and I'm still sitting here with a heart condition, but I'm still sitting here. I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know how I feel about that. It doesn't feel right somehow. It doesn't seem fair. You know, eighth is not quite to the point where he could make it financially. But that's one of the reasons why he's in school, so that within a couple of years he can get him a good job and be able to afford this place on his own without me. So that if something happens to me, he'll be all right. But still, it doesn't seem fair. I've done a lot of things in my life that I'm not proud of. Not illegal things, but things that I'm not proud of. I've mentioned 1,000 times before that I haven't been a model Christian, to be to put it lightly. Especially my Florida years after my grandmother died and I moved out on my own and got transferred to Florida. Good God. I had my own private Sodom and Gomorrah going on. Nothing, no gay stuff. Don't get your hopes up, Eric. But uh, I was still doing things that I shouldn't have been doing. I definitely shouldn't have been doing. And yet, I've lived through so many things that would have killed other people. And I'm having to sit and watch people that are much more decent people than I've been and have respected and appreciated the gift of their life far more than I have, having their lives cut short. And I don't understand it. I don't understand it. I know that it's God's will. I know there's always a reason why it happens when it does. It could have been that this is a hypothetical, okay? This is just to explain, okay? I'm not saying anything about Billy. Trust me. Let's say, for instance, that he had gotten use of his hands back. He had gone into some sort of remission. And he got the use of his hands back. And he got the use of his legs back. And let's say that him and his family, or him and Jay and Melvor or whatever, were in the car driving somewhere one day. And then he had some kind of a seizure behind the wheel. And people got really badly hurt. Sometimes there are reasons why things happened when they do. It's not our place to question it. It's God's judgment that this is the safest time for this to happen. Because if he doesn't go now, branching possibilities, this could happen, this could happen, this could happen, this could happen. We all have our appointed time to meet our Maker. It's our appointed life to be born, to die, and judgment. There's nothing to judge Billy over. He was forgiven of the things that he had done. I don't know what they were, but he was forgiven. I know that. To be apart from the body is to be with the Father. That's the truth. It's a reality. I'm sorry if you're an atheist and you don't believe it, but, tough crap, you're wrong. And you're going to have to deal with that one day, one way or the other. I have no doubt that when he went to sleep for the last time, he closed his eyes. And when he opened them up to a new world, the first thing he saw was his grandmother grinning at him and his grandfather. I'm as sure of it as I am sure of the chair that I'm sitting in. And so I'll say one last thing about my friend Billy, and then I'll try to catch up failingly with the chat. And what I'm going to do, this is so cheesy, but what I'm going to do is quote his hero, James T. Kirk, because not only would he find it cheesy and corny on the outside, but I know for a fact that on the inside, he'd be very touched by this. He would just not be willing to tell me so and admit it. And also because he would consider it somewhat vindication of the fact that William Shatner had blocked him on Twitter for Billy calling him a chode, and Billy never convinced him to unblock him. Of my friend, I can only say this. Of all the souls that I have encountered in my travels, his was the most human. I love you, Billy. All right, let's try to catch up with the chat. Let's try to catch up with the chat. God, do I have a lot to catch up with the chat. I'm sorry, guys. I didn't even mark the times for when the show was, I haven't been marking the hours or anything. And Brother Natural, I saw the second $5. Thank you. I'm sorry. I'm kind of in my own head, and I'm probably going to be that way for a while. Let me see here. Hey, Ultra Steel. Looks like mostly everybody was just talking to each other, and I appreciate that. Yeah, Mike Cassius, the DBTS series, the one of Xbox One was still amazing. Billy didn't give a crap about the Trey Brotherhood stuff. I mean, not a crap. He didn't give a crap about the console wars at all. What he loved were my reviews. He especially liked my review of Street Fighter V. He thought my review was hilarious because I made a reference to Barth from You Can't Do That on Television, the really awful, disgusting fry cook from that show. I made a reference to him on there, and Billy thought that was hilarious. It's just incredibly funny. So what I really want to do is get back to doing the DBTS series. I know QB donated for me to review Mafia Old Country. I will get to that. I've had my mind on other things, man. I'm sorry. But I did record the footage, and I'll get that done as soon as I can. And, of course, now that we have the table, I'm going to be doing the review of the game room tour. And, of course, that video will be, and so silly, but that video will be dedicated to Billy too, because he never got to see it. He never got to come over and play Turtles. I would love for the other guys to come, Chris, Jay, Melvor, Tim, Eric, any of you, you're welcome here. And that's another thing, Billy introduced me to Jim, Grindhead Jim. And I only got to meet Jim once, and it was at that Retropalooza in 2023. And now he's moving back to Oregon with his wife. His wife is a dear, Laura. She's awesome. Amazing person. And I've only got to meet them once, but I consider them both dear friends because I've spent a lot of time talking to Jim too, and about various things. I talked to him about my dad because my dad was a drummer and Jim's a drummer, and yeah, and those are friends that I would have liked to have been able to go up to their house and hang out, or have them come down here and hang out, and that's not going to happen now because he's moving to Oregon. Now I'm losing friends one way or the other. But let me continue on here. Yeah, that's I always had I'm still having a hard time about it. I'm still having a hard time about it because of how healthy I knew he was as far as like maintaining his health. Like I said, starting around mid 2023, he started to change. And so I don't know if he was maybe struggling with this even that far back and it was just small and so he wasn't as conscious of it. I don't know. I don't know. Let's see here. You don't look like a Jeremy. Oh, I'm not a Jeremy. I would have loved to have seen Billy at the hospital. I would have loved to have been able to, be there for him and maybe cut up and make him smile. But it just, I wouldn't have, I don't, I feel like I would have been like a fifth wheel. Like I would just be taking up space that would have been better served to one of his closer friends or his family, his mom or his dad. You always wing it. Well, you're not wrong. As a tribute to Billy, you should play every terrible game you made him play on stream. Well, I don't actually own them all. I do have my Polymega here. I'll talk with 8th about getting it all hooked up to where we could do some streaming, and maybe next week. We'll do sometime some streaming in Billy's honor of the absolutely horrid games that I'd make him play. I'll play Sword of Sodan and whatnot. Maybe I'll play some UN Squadron or what. I'm terrible at that game. Maybe some Gremlins 2 on the NES. I'm terrible at that game too. Maybe we'll play those and he can have a good laugh at the fact that I would get onto him for playing those games, even though he was awesome at them and I suck shit. I don't know if y'all knew this, but I was a mod for Billy's streams because there was a period of time where he was having a real problem with trolls and he had seen me take out some trolls on Twitter that were harassing Eric and some other people. And so he trusted me for that kind of thing and he made me a mod. Of course, I'm not going to be a mod anymore. But maybe I'll offer my services as a mod to Jay. I'm sure he could always use more mods. I'll talk to him about it. Knucklehead, I'm glad you came by. Hi, Carol, if you're still in here. Parbs. J-Chip. J-Chip, at some point I want to reboot our Discord because nobody's using it. I think I'm going to set it up as being a member-based thing eventually once I'm actually making regular content again. I'm glad you shared these stories. Billy sounded like a really great guy. I've got other stories that I could tell about him, but maybe it's good that some of them I keep just for me. Yeah, he had been talking about ending the show at episode 100. And I mean, they got up to what, episode 88, 890? So, they were only 12 episodes away from where he felt it would be good to end it. I just wish that, we had actually gotten to get those 12 because to get those 12 would mean he'd still be here. I don't know what they're going to do, man. Because yes, Melvor can edit too, and he's very good at it, but, he works a regular full-time job too. He didn't have the time to put into it that Billy does. And so, I mean, even if they had somebody step in to try to fill Billy's shoes, which they never could, they could only succeed in. I just don't know. I don't know, but I feel like they should keep it alive somehow. Because he wouldn't want everyone to kind of I don't think he'd want them to kind of scatter and get wrapped up in their own individual lives. He had built that family around an idea and the friendships that he had formed. And I would like to see them find a way to keep it going somehow, because I feel like on some level that's what he would want. Maybe not, the traditional Game Chaser show, but he would want everyone still together and still uh, doing something creative together. Uh, the one named Shadow, yeah. Well, if there's one thing I don't have, one named Shadow, it's not random weight loss. Certainly don't have that. He couldn't hide his love of playing Sword of Sodan. Come on. Come on. Yes, he knew. Anytime I made a video that was in response to him, I would not only tell him that I was going to make it, but I'd send him a link as soon as I posted it. You're the highlight of my Saturday evenings. Good to see you. Hey, Vengeful Cowboy. We shared about creative stuff a lot. There was ideas that I had about. I don't know if Melvor is still in here, but Melvor, this is one that you would probably find funny. I proposed an idea to Billy. Now this was before I bought this house and I had this kind of discretionary income. What I had noticed was there was a lot, starting with the episode where Chris bought the Sega CD case out from under Jay. There were lots of instances where Jay found something he wanted, but he wasn't happy with the price that was being offered, so he'd walk. So what I suggested to Billy was that I come up there one weekend to film with them with $1,000 in my pocket, but not tell anyone that I had $1,000 in my pocket. And that every time we'd go somewhere and Jay would find something but not be willing to pay the price that they were asking, I'd wait long enough for him to walk away and then I'd buy it. But not tell him that I bought it, so that by the end of the day, maybe he would notice that, my bag kept getting fuller and fuller and fuller, but that they weren't getting any footage of me buying anything, at least not that he knew of. And so at the end of the day, I'd be like, man, I think I did pretty good. And I'd open up my bag and there'd be all the things he had turned his nose up at for the price. And just to see the reaction on his face. That was my idea. And then I would end up just giving it all to him. I'd be like, I don't care about this shit. Here, it's yours. Take it. I thought if, and he laughed at the idea, but I think he didn't want to do it because he would feel like, Jay would not like having the wool pulled over his eyes, or not be aware of something going on behind the scenes type of thing, And I can understand that, but that was one of the ideas I bounced off of him. That's the thing. I've never been game chasing with them. Billy never would take me, and I'd message him. I'd say, I'm going to be available this weekend, and this weekend. Pick one, and I can be up there. You just let me know. And it would never happen. And so finally, in 2023, when I went to the last Retropalooza that I ever saw him at, I'm getting tired of saying that kind of crap. But anyway, I said, I just sat down to him and I was like, look, man, it's okay. You're not going to hurt my feelings. is there a particular reason why, we did the episode 68 and we had a good time and everything, but you've never actually had me go chasing with you, even if it wasn't being filmed, just going out and being a part of the hunt. And he said we only get good footage during the summertime, and it's all miles and miles of walking in that Texas sun. And he said, and you know that I know about your health problems. Now, I later filmed a version of this for an episode of my show, but it wasn't the actual conversation we had. It was just something that was a clip for the video. But he said, you know that I know the things that are wrong with you medically. I just don't want something bad to happen to you. Is what he told me. Like I said, he was always worried about my health. And now he's gone, and I'm still sitting here. How's your ticker? How's your ticker? Yeah, Raymond. When I had leukemia, we're talking like 1981. If Manic Preacher, if you're still in here, I don't think there would have been anything in that abandoned rental store that would have caused his brain problem. I mean, mainly what was in there was just old dried pigeon poop more than anything else. It can make you sick, but I don't think it would cause you to grow a tumor. Now, come on. Well, it's zombie. As far as moving to Texas, it was quite a bit cheaper for me, except that the houses were more expensive. The house that I bought in Charlotte was built the same year as this one. It cost $111,000. This one cost almost 300. That's another thing. When I found out that I was going to be evicted out of my house in Cedar Park because they were selling it out from under me and that they were giving me 2 months to buy a home, the very first market that I looked at was Billy's area. Uh, and there was just no way. Houses were way too expensive. The house that I bought here at this size would have been, you know, 450,000 up there in a decent neighborhood. So, there went that. Temple was the closest that I could get, which was 2 hours away. I wish one of those weekends, even if it would have pissed Regina off a little bit, I wish I just hopped in the car and drove up there one Saturday and just, knocked on the front door and said, "Hey, is Billy around?" Even if it was just to see him for, an hour or so, just to hang out a little bit, just so I could have, seen him again. Hey, Stranded J, thanks for coming. Empty Well, thanks for sharing. You're welcome. Why they didn't find it sooner? I don't know. Like I said, I had this feeling in starting in mid 2023 that he was feeling off, but I think maybe on some level, he just really wanted it to be his back and his neck because he had been having those kind of problems for years, and he was afraid of it being something more serious. And I get that. I really do. I get that. It can be a terrifying thing for the doctors to say, we should run this test just in case it could be this, and they always give you the worst case scenario, and so I could kind of get that, but uh, when I had that episode with my heart, the very next morning I called, made an appointment. Uh, I need, I'm not going to have any mysteries. I'm not going to have any leave it up to fate moments. Not after this. If nothing else, this is teaching me, don't leave it up to fate. Find out. Find out as soon as you can. If there's something there, you need to know it while they still have the ability to give you a fighting chance for it. Oh, by the way, here's you another Billy story. Look what I'm wearing today. I don't know if Melvor is still around, but check it out. Billy was very happy because at the time that I bought this, he told me that I was the only one who had actually bought the Melvor Soccer Moms Are Hot shirt. So he thought it was hilarious that at that time, he had made one sale, and it was me. And I will let you know that I have worn this shirt in public. This was a shirt that I wore to my doctor's appointment for my heart. I have a whole closet of Game Chaser shirts of various types. Retropalooza shirts, Game Chasers, Game Chaser movie shirt that I got for joining the Kickstarter. That's the way game chasing go. I got a whole closet full of them, and I wear them all the time. All the time. I'd love to have a Game Chaser ball cap like this, but, the first time I ever met Melvor at Retropalooza Arlington, I had like this whole long laundry list of things that they could market the brand on. Whether they would make any money off of it, I don't know. But that was one of the first conversations we had, was like, here's some things you could put that logo on and sell them. That's right. Billy doesn't have a brain tumor anymore. Billy isn't having pain in his neck. He isn't having pain in his back anymore. He's not having trouble sleeping anymore. And like I said, I know, as sure as I'm sitting here, that he closed his eyes to go to sleep. And when he woke up, he was in a better place, and his grandparents were waiting on him. And I would like to think that after they walked him through the gates, that one of the first people he saw was my old man. So, I understand you knew my son. Let me show you around. I'd like to think that very much. Because I'll tell you this. Him and Billy would have gotten along fantastically. Fantastically. Do I have a favorite Game Chaser episode, Ultra Steel? Obviously, my favorite Game Chaser episode is episode 68 because it's the best. Because they had a fantastic guest star in episode 68. Yeah, Billy was always sending me free stuff. You know, thanks for the subscription, Lucas. Uh, not just the not just the Vectrex. You know, when if I'd win something from him and whatnot, which he'd do this for people anyway, but he'd do it for me a lot. You know, I would get the one thing that I ordered or whatever from his whatnot auctions, and then I get a whole bunch of other stuff thrown in there, whether it be like cups or a shirt, Dreamcast VMUs. Uh, one of the last things that I bought from one of his streams is growing up. I never had muscle figures except for one that I'd found out on the school playground, and I pocketed it. And I never had battle beasts because my mom would look at those and was like, "Look at these tiny little things and how expensive they are. You can't even move their arms and legs. I'm not spending money on this." So I never had battle beasts. So he had a couple of them on his auction, one of his last auctions that he did, and I bought those. And they're sitting on that shelf back there, standing in front of Optimus Prime. My two whole battle beasts. And this room is full of Billy stuff, man. Everywhere around here, there's something that he gave me because he wanted me to have it. Or there's things that he came here and enjoyed, which he never got to play this arcade cabinet, but he did get to play the one that Kevin built for me because Kevin brought it to the con where he could play it, and he got to play it there. But he did play this pinball machine. In fact, aside from turning it on to make sure that it works, I've been so busy since I moved into this house. Billy was the last person to play this pinball machine. It's still got his fingerprints and everything on it. Bro, I wish you could have seen this. I really do. I wish you could have seen this. And I wish I could see the look on your face when you saw all of this and then walked upstairs and found 4 more rooms of this shit. I wish I could have seen your face. Well, I hope that Jay and Melvor and Dodongo and Tim and Rob and Eric, I hope they all know, and Chief. God, oh, Chief. Chief is a hug monster. You can't walk past him without him wanting to give you a hug. I love Chief to death. Chief 2, all of you. I hope you're listening. And you don't just think I'm some creepy old man that Billy liked. This is your house. I built this room for you. Y'all can come anytime you want because I never leave. I'm a recluse, man. I haven't seen sunlight since The Conjuring 2 came out because I obviously was not in the mood with things that were going on, but, you know, I wanted to spend time with 8th, and so I took him to see it. That was the last time that sunlight has touched my face. I can go months without leaving these walls, man. I'm always here. You don't even have to let me know you're coming. Just knock on the door. Anytime, and Chris, man, anytime you want, things getting to be too much up there, or if you just need a pit stop on the way to somewhere else, knock on the door. All of this is you. All of this is yours. It was for him and it was for y'all. It's all waiting on you. Anytime you want. Nothing I would want more than, play some turtles with you guys. Anyway. Hey man, glad to see you streaming. I'm just glad to see the community sharing their stories about Billy, because it's great to know what kind of person Billy was off screen. The best kind. The best kind. I wish I could do something for Regina and his son. I wish I could. Thank you, Mr. 7th. Oh, God. That's why I changed that on my Twitter where it says they call me Mr. 7th. It was because of Billy's son. I did it that day, and it's been that way ever since. He's such a cute kid. And she is so sweet. I feel so bad for her. I wish I could do something for him. Son of a bitch. I went to the video game store yesterday to try to make myself feel better. I got a Dreamcast and I haggled them down as low as possible. I can't really do that because right now I have bills to pay. That and the fact that all the retro stores in and around Temple suck, man. There's nothing good to buy here. One of them is mainly Pokemon cards and Gunpla. It's just, there's barely even any games in it. Billy would have hated it. He would have hated it. He'd hate me. He wouldn't like me being like this because he looked at me like I was. He's like, nothing phases you, man. I said, what is wrong with you? Because I told him about them picking, walking in and finding my dad dead and calling the 911 and never shedding a tear over it. He would. I can hear him getting on to me about this. I can hear it. Zombie, if you want to come over here, I mean, that's an awful long drive from Arizona, but, whatever, bro. Would be cool if the fans could send in a video to pay tribute to Billy. Well, this was the best that I could do. I hope it was good. Okay, Chief is how I found the Game Chasers. It was a video where Eric threw up trying to dumpster dive. I remember that. Well, all right, 7th. It's been a few years, mate. God, I'm gutted after just hearing it, bud. You're like a brick. I remember the episode where the Game Chasers came to your house. Yeah, Wu-Tang. And I have messaged Billy since that episode was all the way back in 2018. It's 2025 now, many years ago. I have messaged him every time that I've picked up something new, or every time the collection is greatly expanded, and I'd be like, wouldn't you like to come back and see what you'd get this time? And every time he's like, He's like, nah, man, I don't want to ruin the magic of that episode. There's something special about that episode, and it would just cheapen it to try to recreate it. And I'm like, yeah, but look at this. I was always trying to get them to come here. And the only time it worked was, when he by himself stopped by that one time and played the pinball machine and whatnot. You know. But like I said, this is their place. I pay the rent and I live in it, but I built this to be a clubhouse for us to all hang out and have fun when they needed a place halfway to where they were going. And I mean, for them 2 hours is nothing. They would drive 2 hours to go to a mostly empty flea market in the middle of the desert, only to be told, "Yeah, I forgot to go into my storage unit." So for them, 2 hours ain't shit. Here it is. Here it is, guys. I hope you'll accept that invitation one day. And I don't care. Well, I do care. I care a lot that he cared about my health as much as he did. But if for some reason you guys find a way to keep the creative soul of the Game Chasers alive, even though he was worried for my health, I am going to get better. I am going to lose this weight. I am going to get into better shape. The best shape that my 5'8", 51-year-old frame can manage without killing myself. And if you guys keep it alive, I do want to drive up there one weekend and let's hit a few flea markets, okay? If that would be all right. Yeah. You were the guy that recommended the game. I will always recommend the Game Chasers. It's the best freaking show on YouTube. It was one of the first shows that, like, hey, regular Joes can make something that looks just like what we're seeing on A&E. He deserved way more credit than what he got. That channel should have 60 million subscribers, man. Every single person that was involved in that show should have been able to retire from their 9-to-5s and live off that show. It's sickening. That whole show should be on Amazon Prime right now, and they should be getting residuals off of it. Adventures in Game Chasing should have been in 1,600 cinemas. Seriously, guys, if you haven't seen Adventures in Game Chasing and you're fans of mine, at least to watch my little 4 seconds of it. But it's a fun movie. If you like stuff like the Fanboys movie or the Goonies or any kind of 80s era absurdist comedy / road comedy, Pee-wee's Big Adventures is a perfect example of what to expect. That kind of lunacy. It's available for free on Tubi with commercials. You can buy it on Amazon Prime. The last time I checked, Amazon Prime was running it on sale for $5. Come on, guys. I mean, right now, it's not an easy thing to get the Blu-ray, because Billy was the one that was handling the merchandise, He was the one that was like packing that stuff up and driving it down to the UPS and shipping it every time. So it might be a while. I don't know if they had any of the Blu-ray left, but if they did and you try to order one, I don't know when it would ship out. I don't know. But you can watch it on Amazon Prime now. I'm actually running over my 9 o'clock time. I'm running over my 9 o'clock time, but I don't care. If y'all want me to keep talking, we're not doing the donation thing today, okay? If y'all want me to keep talking about him, I'll talk about him until my throat is so sore I can't talk anymore. Y'all want to just share stories or ask questions? I'm at it. I'm here. DJRD1. That username is very familiar to me. DJRD1. Where do I know that from? I know that user ID. I won't name names of other channels, but most of them seem staged or faked, like the chasers were accused of being. I know some of the ones you're talking about, Zombie. I know some of the ones you're talking about. But that was the thing, if they didn't find jack shit, that's what you saw in the video, that they didn't find jack shit. But it was still entertaining because of all the weirdness that they would get up involved to. Even if it was Billy ripping a fart that was so bad that it made them all want to puke or pass out or jump out of the car on the freeway. That alone made the episode worth watching. And that's another thing. I know this sounds so stupid and crass. I never got the opportunity to catch Billy with a fart. I would go to the conventions and I would sit behind him because, like I said, he always saved me a seat at his table. And I would go and get Regina brought me a chicken wrap one time, but usually I'd get one of those nasty concession hot dogs, right? And I would sit and eat that, and then I'd drink a big-ass Dr. Pepper. And I'd sit there and just kind of, try to let it grind, let it really... And I just really wanted to give him both barrels just once. So he could know what a really bad fart was like. Because let me tell you something. I kill plants, okay? I am lethal. And I was going to show him what real magic powers were like. And I didn't get the opportunity. Now I'll never be able to do that. I'll never be able to do that. Now don't think that I'm making light of things. I'm not. But what I just said would have him rolling on the floor. Melvor knows it would. And I'm coping every way that I know how, guys. So excuse me if I get a little bit off color or if I crack a few jokes. None of it is at Billy's expense, I promise you. That's another thing. The Adventures in Game Chasing ought to be on Netflix too, where it would get a big audience. I mean, it ought to be getting a huge audience on Amazon Prime, but Amazon Prime didn't push it at all. For Melvor, I talked to the guys, Jay, Chris, and Eric, and they want to keep going. Good. Melvor, if you're still in here, anything that I can do to help at all, I don't care what it is, hit me up. Oh, shit. That was another thing. Billy, that was one of the reasons why, and again, Melvor, I am so sorry. And please tell, Rob hasn't answered me since I made this suggestion, and I feel like shit. That was why I made the whole Frank and fuck joke, that would be a great prank. Because again, Billy made it sound like it was just gotta make it through these 4 operations, no big deal, and then I'll be back on my feet in no time. And so that's what I believed. That's what I had put all my faith into. And so I never let him know how worried about him I was through all of this. I stayed positive, and sent him Christian rock songs and sent him prayers and told him, this is what happened to me. This is what happened to Bill Stevenson. You're going to be fine. It's going to be okay. And so that included, hey, we've got to jape him when he's better. When he comes out of this and he's all right, we've got to figure out some stuff that's just going to be like the opportunity for a prank that could only come once in a lifetime type thing. And that's where the whole Netbolt thing was, because one of the last conversations that we had was that he said that he really wished he could bring back the cartoon, and that he had been thinking about ways to faster ways to make that show. And he had been thinking about faster ways to be able to create it, and he had tried to explain to me, how he did create those original cartoons, and I understood the basic gist of it. But some of the things that he mentioned were tools I wasn't familiar with, and talking to, I'm decent at editing, but I'm not good at doing special effects or animation, keyframes, and all that kind of crap. I have no skill at that whatsoever. But he said, he had written down some ideas for new episodes of it, and I was like, dude, I'm there for it. I'm there for it. I was like, you don't have to write me seventh in as a character. You don't have to write, Ray McLowball in as a character. I could just be some obnoxious voice of a background character, whatever. I'm in. Put me in. I'm ready to go. I've always wanted to do voice acting. I'll do whatever you want. I'll do the South Park thing. I'll be a barking dog. Whatever you want, I want to be a part of it. And now that's not going to happen either. But Melvor, if you're still in here listening, whatever, man. Whatever. Any way that I can help out with keeping things going. Anything that I can do to help out with Retropalooza. If I can be there, if I can help. I'm not going to be able to make it there in December for Friday for setup, because I can have the time, but I don't have the money for it. So, all I can really afford is just driving up there Saturday morning, driving back. I don't have a place to stay up there. So, I would go up there and try, and me and Eighth would help out with loading and unloading the truck, setting it all up, doing the whole security thing. One time I've referred to it as fake security in front of Jay, and he thought that was funny. And I was like, well, who do you think I'm going to stop? Do I have a gun? No. Look at me. I'm 350 pounds and I'm 5'8", and you've got a security shirt slapped on me. What can I really do? Limp threateningly in their direction. He got a kick out of that. But whatever I can do to help, I'm here. Even if that includes making this y'all's official rest stop between DFW and Houston or San Antonio. It's yours. Sign me up, whatever I can do. Game Chaser's best show I've ever watched. Best damn show out of 10. You're goddamn right. Oh, sorry, Lord. Old habits hard to break. Billy hand-delivered my copy of Adventures in Game Chasing. I guess it was cheaper than shipping. Came home to it sitting on my porch. I can believe that. He left his family and friends a lifetime worth of content to remember him by and watch when they want to see him. I could only wish the same for my family. One project that I've intended to do, and I keep putting it off, is doing a private vlog that's not going to be on YouTube or anywhere else, that I'm just going to store in a folder for 8th, of just like going over aspects of my life story that he doesn't know, that I've never talked about, and just advice and general thoughts and things like that, so that, when he's unsure of something, he can click on one that says, when you're having financial problems, or if you're not sure it's the right girl, and just watch those videos. That's something that I've been meaning to do it for a long time, and I keep putting it off, because none of us like to think about the end, even though the end is just not really an end. It's just a transition, but still. Remember, guys, to be apart from the body is to be with the Father. Billy is not gone. Billy is just somewhere else. That's it. That's it. We should be happy for him. We should celebrate for him. And I know that's not what I've done here, so I'm a hypocrite. I know it. But his pain is over. His trials are over. His test is over, because that's what this is. People talking about, oh, it's a simulation. We're living in a simulation. We live in the Matrix. Me and Billy talked about that whole theory. It's not the Matrix. It's not a simulation. It's the test. You're living the test now. Billy passed the test. Billy passed the test. His trials are over. And all he has to do is live up there enjoying perfection and waiting for us to get there. That's it. That's the only thing on his plate. That and loving the Creator that saved a place for him there. And I know I've had a rule for years that I don't talk about religion, but tonight it's important that I do. Weigh in the truth and the life, folks. Weigh the truth and the life. To be apart from the body is to be with the Father. The minute he closed his eyes and went to sleep, maybe he was still breathing, but he wasn't there anymore. He was there. And he's there right now. Just hanging around, having fun, giving thanks and praise to the one that put him there, and waiting for his friends and his family to join him. Let's see. Trying to catch up with where I left off. You guys are you're making it a little bit hard for me to catch up. DJRD. I was in Billy's stream. Oh, okay. 7th, would you say Billy was more of a gamer than a movie lover? No, I wouldn't say that. It got to the point where his Blu-ray and DVD collection was bigger than his game collection was. He had a massive Blu-ray collection, and I should know because he would send me, remember I told you he would throw in free stuff? He would send me absolute garbage. And on Blu-ray, and I would open the box, and there would be what I wanted, and then there'd be some, Assault on Base 15 or some crap, and I'd be like, "Where did you find this? Was this in the 15-cent bin at the Dollar Tree? Where did you get this DVD? Why did you even buy it?" He'd send them to me. He had dozens of them. Billy lighting his armpit hair on fire. Yeah, and making Jay have to run out of the room because he was going to throw up. I remember that. That was the video that was like the sequel to the argument, right? That was the one where Jay no. Was it Billy that dropped a saw on Jay's leg, or was it Jay that dropped a saw on Billy's leg? I know that somebody dropped a saw on the other one's leg, and then Billy lit his armpit hair on fire and stunk up the room, and Jay had to run out to puke. How can you not love that? How can you not love that? Remember the time they went to that guy's house and dropped farts in his basement, and then that was Billy and Chris, if I remember right. It was Billy and Chris that kept farting and stunk up the basement. And the look on the guy's face when the smell hit him, the look of just, it wasn't even disgust, it was disappointment. Like, man. the phantom fart is still in the question of who did it in that one video that had Jay laughing. Well, in most cases, it was always Billy that did it because he really couldn't hide it when it was his fault. When it was him that did it, his laugh always gave it away. Now me, I could have walked past him and ripped a silent one that would have, skinned the fur off of a raccoon, and I would not even crack a grin. I could walk past him just dead air and just and land it right under his nose. I could have done that. And now that's not going to happen, but he would have appreciated it. He would have said, "Seventh, you son of a bitch!" He would have appreciated it. Then he would have laughed about it. But the animations are so good, man. If you've never watched the animated Game Chaser episodes, they are funny as hell. I love Eric in those. Ha ha ha! Hi, 8-bit Eric. Crack me up. Eric is so good in those cartoons. He is hilarious. He sounds just like a Scooby-Doo villain. I love it. And I wish I could have been a part of those. I really do. Because I've always wanted to do voice acting. And I would have loved to do that. And I let Billy know that I would love to do that. Oh, Gamester transforming into a car. Yeah. The ones where he gives Melvor a meat hook, or Jay with his pants down at the stall and Chris taking it. Well, that's one, like I said, when it comes to the cons, right? There's multiple videos of Billy and Jay talking about some of the wackiness that happens off camera there. And like I said, Billy always kind of sequestered me and kept me in 8th separate from that. I mean, there was one time where Billy invited me. It was the first Retropalooza I was ever at, and Billy invited me down to this conference room in the hotel, the Holiday Inn there, because everyone was hanging out in there and having a party. I had dozed off and didn't see the message. So by the time I saw it and went down there, Billy had already gone to bed. But there were still several people in there. And I cannot go into specifics about what went on that night, but I will. Nothing lewd, okay? Because what happens at the con stays at the con. So I'm going to be extremely vague about this. I was in there till 7 in the morning, and it was me, Ant Dude, Alpha Omega Sin, and another individual there. This individual was falling apart at the seams, very upset about something that had happened, and was talking vaguely about self-harm things. And Alpha was trying to help him and talk him through these things. It was not Billy. It was not Jay. Like I said, they had gone to bed. And there were other people in the conference room with this individual who were trying to comfort them. And after Alpha had failed to get his point across to this individual, who was just not going to do anything but be all mopey, this individual stood up with these two people that were trying to comfort him and went upstairs to their room. And Alpha had just about all he was going to take and spent the rest of the evening ranting to us and venting to us about how angry he was at this person and how disappointed he was in this person for what had transpired. And again, I'm being very vague. And so then it was me and Ant Dude trying to calm Alpha down all night, all the way up until 7 in the morning. And so we went into the lobby and had our morning Holiday Inn breakfast. And by then, Alpha had finally calmed down. And then he said, I wonder if I could pick you up. And he got behind me and wrapped his arms around me. And he was like, "Argh." And he got me maybe an inch off the ground. And then he had to put me back down. And I said, let me try. And I went around behind him and I wrapped my arm around him and I just, yoink, lifted him up. And then I went upstairs and I got 8th out of bed and ready to go. And then I did not say a word to anybody about the specifics of what happened that night. And I still haven't. And I still haven't to you. I still haven't to you. Although this individual isn't around anymore, so technically there shouldn't be a problem with it. But you know, what happens at the con stays at the con. And this was 8 years ago. It's old news. It's ancient history. And it was kind of shady, though. It was kind of shady because of some of the things. Well, I'm not going to get into it anyway. Let's see here. Billy always talked about how he really didn't like filming at the cons because he thought they were the most boring of the videos. He's like, all the Con Bravo stuff, except for the stuff with Keeb and getting the nipple licked and, you know, the haunted stuff down in the basement of that game store and, you know, hurting himself running up the steps of the Philadelphia building, you know, the museum building where they did the Rocky scene, you know. But he said, I have such a hard time making those entertaining because of me that you're just seeing the same stuff at every con. It's just, you know, tables of merchandise, and it's hard to make those interesting and make those entertaining and fun. And he's like, I'd much rather be doing the road videos. But some of the stuff that would go on that wasn't of the more shocking variety, which usually just meant, you know, daring Eric to do something stupid, like the whole lick the nipple thing. Some of the other stuff that they would do on a dare, I'm not repeating. And I didn't witness it. I almost did. Because the last time that we went, Greg Honeycutt invited us to go with him up to the hotel room where they were having that. And they were trying to convince Eric. Billy was trying his hardest to convince Eric to do this stupid stunt. I'm not going to say what it was. If it had been any other time, Eric would have done it because, you know, Eric's that kind of guy. You know, if he can make you laugh, he'll do just about anything to make you laugh. But he wasn't going to do it this time because it just so happened that there were voice actors from Pokemon and other shows in that room with us at the time, including the voice of Ash Ketchum was in that room with us. And here's me and me and 8th sitting in here with the Game Chasers and all these other chodes and a couple of voice actresses and voice actresses, including, you know, the voice actress for Ash Ketchum. And Eric didn't want to do it because he was too embarrassed to do that kind of stuff in front of those actors. But it didn't stop Boogie. It didn't stop Boogie. Boogie was he was in a mood that night, and I mean, he had his back turned to them where they didn't see what he did, but 8th saw it. 8th saw it. Oh yes. And Billy was sitting there on the bed and just, you know, doing that chuckle that he did, you know, trying to hold it in but failing miserably, you know. Yeah, I'm not going to say what it was. If you've seen the biography the documentary that was done about Boogie by that Mike Klump or whatever his name was. If you've seen that documentary, then you've seen Boogie do the thing that he did that night. And again, he had his back turned to all those actresses. They didn't see a thing. But Eighth saw it. Eighth saw it. He'll never be able to unsee it, neither. Anyway, Billy lived for that kind of thing. The more obnoxious and the more embarrassing, the better it was. He loved that kind of stuff. He loved Eric for that kind of stuff. He loved I guess you could call it fearlessness of Eric. That Eric had, with the exception of when there was certain people that were there that he didn't want to see it. If it was just them, the Chodes, he was fearless. He would do just about anything to make somebody laugh. And Billy loved him for that. Billy loved him for that. And Billy would do some crazy stuff too. I'm not going to repeat it. There's been videos where he has shared those stories. I was never witness to anything Billy did that was super crazy. I remember one time he was at one of the cons and he had somehow gotten a hold of like ghost pepper chips. You know, those ones that it's only one chip to a package because, it can make certain types of people violently ill. And he was running around trying to find someone who'd be willing to eat that chip on camera. Because, he was wanting to watch whatever, come what may, I'm going to get on camera what happens when somebody eats this chip. And the first person he looked at, he's like, 7th? And I'm like, don't even think about it. No. And I think that's in one of the mini chodes. I'm not 100%, but I think that moment is in one of the mini chodes somewhere in the channel. One time, I can't remember the guy's name, but whenever he came to the cons, he hung out with Jordan Fringe. And he had a skateboard, and he'd ride the skateboard all around the con. And so at one point, I'm standing there minding my own business, and I look over, and Billy has gotten that skateboard. All 6'4" of Billy has this skateboard, and he plants his right foot down on that skateboard, his Sasquatchian foot, and he kicks off, and immediately it slips out from under his foot, and he falls backwards on his too tall ass. And he's just sitting there in the floor looking around like, well, I totally didn't expect that to happen. That's sometimes he would do stuff just to get a reaction, and no one from the chasers were filming him for that, and he certainly didn't have a camera on. He wasn't carrying a camera, but I was filming, and I wonder if he noticed that I had my camera out, and he did that just so I would get it on camera. I don't know. That's another thing I could tell you. Talking about how he loves to give things away. At the last con that I saw him at, 2023, one of the things that I would do is I would watch the table. And so I'd been sitting there with Rob and Jim and Jim's wife, Laura. And we were just, talking amongst ourselves. And that was the trip where I got to really know Jim and Laura, and I love them to death. They're fantastic people. And got to know Rob. I love Rob, and I hope he's not mad at me about the joke thing. I didn't know. I didn't know. I love Rob to death. Rob's awesome. Rob is one of the few people in the last 2 decades that have read some of my work as far as fiction goes. And, that meant a lot to me. But got to know Rob really well, and talked about writing and talked about authors and talked about film. It was an amazing conversation. And then here comes Billy. And he's got this big shit-eating grin on his face. And he was like, look what I found. Look what I found. And he's holding a board game. And it's frickin' Murder, She Wrote. Now, at no time ever has Billy expressed to me a love for Murder, She Wrote. It just doesn't strike me as his kind of thing, you know? But here he had it. And he was as excited about this as if he had gone and found a pristine, still sealed Airwolf board game. You know, look what I found. And I said, you know, I have a family member that back home, and that's her favorite show. And he said, oh yeah? And I said, yeah. And he just hands it over and says, send it to her. Tell her it's from me. And here's the really funny part. For a solid month after he gave me that board game, and I had shipped it to back home, he would message me, has she played it yet? Has she played it yet? Did she like it? Has she played it yet? He legit wanted to know that at least it had gone to someone who was actually going to open it up and play it. Because I'm fairly confident that he never would have. It just would have gone on a shelf with a bunch of other 80s era board games that he had but didn't play. He would have loved upstairs, man. The game room, the tabletop room, he would have loved that. And that was another thing. I mean, that wasn't just for Eighth's friends. That was so, you know, Billy and them could come over and play cheesy 80s board games. I had a ton of them up there. From Fang Face to Captain Caveman. One based on 80s era Dune. I have a ton of old board games, and it was expressly for that purpose. So that when Billy came over and Jay came over and whatnot, they could go upstairs, and here was this pile of cheesy 80s board games that they could tear into and play at the game table. Doors open, guys. Doors open. It's all up there waiting for you. But that's how he was, man. That's how he was. I wonder if he still has the games that I gave him. Because, you know, he sold a lot of his collection. He sold a lot of his collection to fund the movie. I'm wondering if he sold the ones that I gave him or if he kept those for sentimental reasons. You know, because I would never sell any of the games that he gave me. I have a whole pile of N64 games over there. They're all from him. Because I don't care about N64. But if he was offering it, I would take it. Because it was from him. There are so many things in this house that I don't have a literal use for, but I keep them because Billy gave them to me. I have five PlayStation 2 cable extenders sealed in the package that he kept stuffing in the boxes when he had mailed me something. And I have them all still sealed, sitting back there on that shelf. And will never open them or use them. But I don't get rid of them because they're from him. And I'll never get rid of them. Because that's something that he touched with his hands, put in a box, and wrote my name and address on the box and sent it to me. It's a piece of history, gaming history, that he touched. Doesn't matter that it's a signature or an autograph. You know, a person that I considered one of my closest friends touched this with me in mind, put it in there, signed the box, shipped it to me. I'm never getting rid of it. Not a single thing that ever passed his hands into mine is leaving this house, ever. I'll have to be dead first. It's not happening. The only exception I would make is if Billy, if any of the Chodes, Jay, Melvor, Chris, or if Regina or their little boy one day said, we would like to have those things that used to be his, I would give it to him without a moment's hesitation. Any of it. Whatever it was. Doesn't matter. If they asked for it, it's theirs. But otherwise, it's never leaving this house. Oh yeah, on the cartoons where their faces would melt from the gas. Although it wasn't always him though. Remember, some of that was from when they were up in Canada, and Jay ate some kind of street vendor hot dog, and was like ripping these rancid burps. That's what some of that artwork was from. And they thought it was gonna kill Pat and Jared. Yeah. I'm so glad he never actually deleted those live streams. Yeah, I've seen him do No Death UN Squadron before. It's a rare thing. He usually didn't accomplish that, but I have seen him beat the game No Death. I've seen him do it before. My all-time favorite episode was the wrestling game video, and Alpha jumps out of the ring off the ladder. That makes me laugh all the time. Remember when Scott Squatch picked up Alpha and flipped him upside down, and Alpha just deadpanned it and kept playing his Game Boy? I don't know that I've seen that. I'll have to go look for it. He would be streaming tonight. I'm going to miss getting that notification that he's live. Me too. I'm going to miss, 7th, you son of a bitch, every time that I, paid for him to play some piece of crap. I mean, I wouldn't, a lot of them I already knew about, right? But, dude, I would do research. That's how invested I was in lovingly torturing him. Was I would do research to find any crappy games that I didn't know about so I could add them to my repertoire. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. That was the love of my weekend, man, was getting to mess with him on his stream. Oh, I loved it. I loved it so much. You guys are posting faster than I don't even know how far back I am. Melvor dropped it on Billy's leg. Okay. I'm sorry, guys. I'm going to have to skip ahead a little bit to try to catch up. Christmas Erotica will always be my favorite. I unironically love it. Yeah, that's another thing that we collaborated on. Was I took up the challenge that I was going to outdo him and make a version of Christmas Robotica that was worse. I was like, I am going to make the definitively worst version of Christmas Robotica. And I stand by the fact that I succeeded, because he only played it live on his stream one time, and he lost half his viewers while it was playing. I consider that a grand success. But I will tell you, behind the scenes, he was very proud of the fact that I took the time, and it took me like 2 weeks to make it, of recreating Christmas Robotica in a speed punk version. Because unbeknownst maybe to some of y'all, he couldn't play guitar at all. He had a guitar, but he didn't know how to play it. Or at least he said he didn't know how to play it. And he was like, everything that you've ever heard, like the Top 5 Fridays, that was canned music, and I'm just pretending to play that guitar. He's like, I don't know how to play. And so, it impressed him that, I at least knew chords and knew how to play chords. The fact that I could solo a little bit with my messed up hands was impressive to him too. So he was proud that somebody had taken it and like used written actual music for it as opposed to using the canned stuff that he had used to make the song. But it is god awful. It is absolutely atrocious. It is the definitively worst version of Christmas Robotica, and he damn well knew it too. Let's be honest, out of all the crew, Billy got caught slipping the least. Probably true. Probably true. No, the person who was upset and whatnot was not Rob. Remember, I didn't meet Rob until 2023. I'd never seen or met Rob up until the Retropalooza at 2023. Seventh, have you seen the animated movie King of... No, I haven't seen King of Kings. That bloody robot dance. That's another thing. I can't do the robot worth a shit. I can't do it. I don't have the timing for it. I don't have the control of my individual joints for it. I can't do it. So that's one thing that we never did together. I never did the robot with it. In fact, I only have one picture of all of us standing together, as far as Jay and Billy anyway. You know, I have pictures of me and Alpha Omega Sin and some others, but there's only one picture of me with Billy, and that's the very first Retropalooza I went to. Before I left to go home, they wanted to pose for a picture in front of their banner thing, and so we posed for that picture, and it's on a folder on this computer somewhere. I'll have to email it to myself so that I can share it on Twitter or whatnot, but it's on here somewhere. And that's the only picture I have of me and Billy together, because people loved him so much that he would spend a lot of his time at the con just getting down and sitting down, getting up, sitting down, getting up to take pictures with people because they'd want their photo taken with him. And of course, he didn't charge a dime for that. Of course he didn't. And it would happen, dozens and dozens and dozens of times a day. And so I wasn't going to say, hey, come over here and pose with my fat ass, because there was just so much of it going on already. And I had that one picture, and I wasn't going to make him do it, over and over again. Now I kind of wish that I did. But, there's video of him with me. That's more than good enough. It's more than good enough. Yeah, QB. Thanks, man. What I loved about Game Chasers was it felt like you were being involved in a friend group with all... Yeah. And they're like that in person, too. It had that kind of jackass vibe where you couldn't let your guard down around them or you get pranked. I love Fang Face. I love Fang Face, too. That was one of my favorite cartoons when I was little. I loved Fang Face, and I loved the Hanna-Barbera version of Godzilla. And I hate that cartoon is out of print on DVD. I wish they'd re-release it all on Blu-ray. Seventh, bro, I love those shows, but you, my man, you were the one, bro. They obviously mean so much to you. I love that. Well, I appreciate that, Hale. But I am in no way... Nothing that I have ever made video-wise will ever touch even the worst of Billy's videos. He had a definite talent for it. I'm just consider myself fortunate that he loved me enough as a friend to want me to come along for the ride on some of what he did. I'm very lucky and very privileged, and those are memories that I will carry with me to the next life. Absolutely. Here's Eighth. I even have a couple of things he gave me. That's true. He would often give Eighth video games that he had found during his chasing adventures that he had absolutely no desire to keep for his own collection, but also absolutely did not think that he would be able to sell them to anybody at the con. So Eighth would just be randomly walking by, and Billy would say, hey, here, have this M&M game for the DS. And so, eighth now has this eclectic pile of crap that Billy gave him, and I know that eighth will likely never play any of those, but I also know that eighth will never sell them or get rid of them because they're games that Billy gave him. He beat UN Squadron on hard mode while drunk. Yes, he did do that. He did do that. My favorite thing to do was come into his streams and ask when we were going to play all the amazing 7th games. Yeah, that didn't really become a thing until like maybe the last 2 years was when I started doing that a lot. And I don't even know what gave me the idea to do it. One day I just got tired of seeing him play. People were requesting the same stuff over and over again. Beat Contra, beat Turtles, beat Gremlins 2, beat UN Squadron. I just got tired of seeing the same ones over and over. And I'm like, oh, I'm going to give them something to watch. And that's how it started, I think. I think it was a few months ago. I can't remember exactly, but he did a live performance of Christmas Robotica. I never saw that. I must have not been there that day or something. He was talking about pressing Christmas Robotica to an actual CD. He was talking about more than that, Goblins. He was talking about doing a whole album. Even as late as like this past July, he mentioned to me, I've got other songs written that I haven't recorded. He's like, I have a whole album worth of material. I could do a whole Christmas Robotica album. And he kept threatening to do it. But, of course, we're not going to get it now. If I had those songs, I would at least take the lyrics and try to do punk versions of them. But I would have no idea of, what the actual harmony or whatnot that he had in mind for it would be. And so it wouldn't be anything like what he would have intended for it. But I would at least try if I had the lyrics. I was talking about the other Rob that was a... Oh, you're talking about Silent Rob. No, Silent Rob was never at any Retropalooza. That wasn't it. No. Not him. He was never at Retropalooza. And, Alpha wouldn't have allowed it. Let's be honest here. Alpha would not have allowed him to be there. So, no, that's not him. Not him. 7th, I haven't seen much of Game Chasers, but I saw Billy in that Cheetah Men 2 fundraiser from way back when, and Billy's expression to seeing the Cheetah Men coming out of the TV was, yeah, that was a funny one. That was a funny one. I hate that it kind of dragged them into a controversy that wasn't their fault, but that they did do a good, funny job on that. Did Game Chasers ever do any holiday-themed episodes? They did holiday-themed animated episodes, and they did do a couple of live ones, too, where Billy and Jay are wearing these obnoxious Christmas sweaters and sitting in front of a fireplace. I don't know if it was a real background or if it was green screen. And I think it was kind of a top five Friday thing, if I remember right. I haven't seen that one in a few years, but it was definitely Christmas themed. And then, of course, they did the animated Christmas episodes, which one of them has this whole bit that's kind of like It's a Wonderful Life, but it has Pat trying to self-delete and poor old Pat. 7th, always liked the episode where the boys stopped by your crib. You were funny as hell. I appreciate it. I appreciate that you thought I was the funny part of that episode. I had one funny line in that episode that actually made them laugh, and that was when would, said, looked at the Christmas tree still sitting there and said, "Holding on to Christmas?" And I said, "No, I'm just a lazy fat fuck." That one, that completely unscripted, absolutely unscripted, and that one tickled Billy and Jay's funny bones to the point where you know how Billy liked to reuse memes like "I'm a floating head," oh, and "What's wrong with these guys?" All that kind of stuff, and "All right," you know, my voice broke out. "All right," he was always reusing memes like that, and I always told him, "You ought to just edit it and use the 'No, I'm just a lazy fat fuck' and use that as a meme." But he never would do it. He thought it was hilarious to do it, but he never actually did it. I consider it a lost opportunity. Game Chasers carried me through some dark times. Always a comfort show. They've carried a lot of people through dark times. They were one of the things that kind of helped me through some stuff that residual stuff that was going on right up to the point that I left North Carolina. And again, reminder, I wouldn't have all of this, and Eighth wouldn't have all of this if it wasn't for Billy and my buddy Brian that lives here in Temple. Billy was the one that convinced me, asked me to come here. Don't take the severance. Don't move to Atlanta. Come to Texas. Come to Texas. You have friends here. You have family here. You'll be good. And I only got to see him twice a year, and I didn't even go during 2020, 2021, or 2022 because I'm a stupid type 2 diabetic and got all this stupid shit wrong with me. And doctor kept telling me I was too much of a COVID risk and I couldn't risk catching something and then ending up in the hospital, because then there'd be no bills paid and Eighth would be screwed. And so I believed what I was being told about what was going on with the virus, and so my dumbass stayed home for 3 years. And I didn't see him for 3 solid years by my own choice. By my own choice. So I got to see him twice at Retropalooza in 2023, and then I got to see him when he stopped by in 2024 and hung out for a while to play pinball. I screwed myself over that way. Hey Tyler, how's it going, man? It's good to see you. It's good to see you. I've been better. I've been better. I made it through my old man's death without shedding a tear, but this crap. You can ask Eighth. You can ask Eighth. I haven't shut up about this. I've been talking about it. I've watched every video about it. I've looked at every Facebook message that's been posted about it and responded to it about it. And I can't even bring myself to stop posting stuff to him on his Facebook page. I love your channel, Tyler. I think you know that. I wish to God that my dad had bought a camcorder when I was a kid, and so I would have the gift that you have. I envy you for that. I really do. I'm happy for you, but I envy you because we couldn't afford a camcorder. Policemen back then didn't make jack squat. We didn't have a camcorder until I was 17. And by then, because of the fact that I was working and could afford my own stuff, my parents would buy me one gift for Christmas instead of like, loading up the tree. And so, there wasn't anything to capture. I had hundreds of videotapes of me beating video games. I had a whole shelf full of 6-hour VHS tapes of me beating video games. And when my grandmother passed away and it was time for me to move out and get an apartment, my my dad, while I was gone, for reasons I will never understand, took all of those VHS tapes, put them in garbage bags, and took them to the dump. So, I had a no death run of Ninja Gaiden on there, a no death run of Bionic Commando, a no death run of Batman. Yeah, I had all just, and 16-bit games too, and he threw them all. Threw them all. Seventh, guess what? I just got in the mail. Hint, it's a film you like starring Chevy Chase. I have no idea. There's a lot of good Chevy Chase movies. Retro, love the channel. Thanks for showing up. You can't beat yourself up, man. We all wish we could have had more time with those we care about, but life is hard, really. I know it. I know there are some out there that are gonna be like, you just talked to him on Twitter and you saw him twice a year, and you're acting like, you've lost your son or something. And I'm sorry if you don't get it, man. But this was 13 years of friendship. And when you're a person who most of your friends, your closest friends of your entire life, you only talk to them online because you live 1,500 miles away and you work from home, so you don't even have work friends that you see every day. You just talk to them online. Online friendships are what I'm good at, man. Getting to spend any time in person with a friend for me is a bonus. So try to understand, okay? I loved him dearly. I thought of him as a little brother. It just is. It just is what it is. I can't stop thinking about it. I know. I see his face everywhere. I see his face everywhere. And I even though I know he's gone, I keep checking my Facebook and I kept looking at my Twitter, and you know, and there's been moments where I've gone to his Facebook, uh, and it'll say active 15 minutes ago. And I know that it's just where, someone over there, whether it be Rob or Regina or whatever, have like picked up his phone, and it's it's unlocked the phone, and that's registered as an activity, and so it's saying active 15 minutes ago. But man, even that just I've been so afraid of those accounts getting shut down that I've taken screen captures of our conversation history going back years, as far back as either one of those apps will go. I've taken the screen captures. The voice messages that he's left for me. Eighth helped me save those as videos so I could store them. And again, I'm sorry, but those are mine. I'm not sharing those, not unless Jay or Melvor or Chris want to hear them, or Regina. Otherwise, those stay with me. You're not missing a whole lot. It would break your heart to hear him because his voice was so frail and so weak. It was barely a whisper. And it was just, to let me know that he loved me, and that's really all it is. And then again, I was trying to keep his spirits up because, as far as I knew, It wasn't cancer. It was just a big benign tumor that they were going to have to cut out with lasers. That was what he had told me. And so I was working off of that. And that's why, you know, I was talking to the others about here'd be a great prank to play on him when he's in recovery, you know, because that was my assumption that through the grace of God, this surgery was going to work. He was going to be fine. That he was going to have a long recovery road, but he'd be fine. And so I messaged him, one of them, I messaged him one night, and I'd found this thing advertised that was like it was like a wooden advent calendar, but it was the Munsters, and it was like a shelf rack that you'd put up on the wall, and it had these statues. The Bradford Exchange had these statues of like Lily and Herman and all this stuff. You'd pay $60 a pop, and you'd get these statues that represent a month of the year. And I sent him a picture of that, and I said, "You need this in your office," as if to say, "You're going to go home and you're going to be fine, and the surgery is going to work, and you're going to be in your office making videos, and you need this on your wall." Of course, I didn't say all that. I just said, "You need this in your office," because that implied all of that. And he sent me a little voice message, and he said, you know, something to the effect of, "Yeah, I really love that a lot, actually." But his voice, you know, there was no strength in his voice. It was just a frail, almost a whisper, you know. So those are mine. Not sharing those, but you know, I know I know that he loved me, and I know that he loved Eighth. He was always asking about Eighth, wanting to know how he was, and like I said, he was so proud when he found out that Eighth was going to college. He was very proud of that. I remember you telling me about those tapes. So sorry, I'm sorry I don't have them too. I'm still working on that idea for, you know, that When I Played series of going over the history of the first time I played a game and what was going on in the world when it happened, when I played it, and where I was, and the things I remember about it, and just a different twist on a review. I'm still working on that idea. That idea. Still, I haven't given up on it yet, uh, Tyler. But you actually gave me the inspiration for that series, so I hope I can actually make it work. The thing of it is, like I said, I don't have any footage of me from these events like you do. So my only recourse would either be to have to hire a bunch of actors and try to recreate it, or AI. AI I can do for free because I have a friend who has like some of the best AI software out there, and he's like already become a master of it as far as like the prompts and stuff. And so he made a video for me to show me how it would work that looked like something that was filmed, you know, 35 millimeter of a young me with my back to the camera at an arcade in Florida with girls walking past. And it looked real. And I was kind of amazed by that. So he and I are talking about trying to use that to make one of those videos. I will let you know how that goes. What is it with your family members screwing with your video game things? Well, there was only the one. You know, my ex-wife. My ex-wife. You know, no one else. It's just my ex-wife. I don't know why you think there was a whole bunch of people doing it. 7th, I got Vegas vacation. Okay. Congrats. Trolls trolling. Good job, 8th. Do you block somebody, 8th? I used to do the same thing. Luckily, I held on to my tapes when I moved. 6 was probably just tired of seeing that childish hobby. Okay, Raymond. No tolerance for any slander towards Billy. Take your idiocy elsewhere. Oh, somebody ragged on Billy, huh? Yeah, I saw a comment earlier today that was in response. I think it was in response to something 8-Bit Eric said, and you know, referred to Billy as a kind of, it was, you know, your typical, you know, man child playing video games in his mom's basement thing, and I went off on that fucker. I went off on them. I've got a very short fuse right now. Very short. Seventh of the Game Chasers know people like AVGN or Nostalgic. I don't know that they ever met Nostalgia Critic, but they've worked with AVGN. Jay and Billy were were in a Board James video where Board James was at a convention and played this loopy loop airplane board game thing. I can't remember the name of it, but Billy and Jay were briefly in that video as some of the people that he played it with. And AVGN actually was at, I want to say it was the 2019 Retropalooza Arlington. I was at that one. I met AVGN. I met him, and I got to meet Mike Matei. Mike Matei was there too. And me and Eighth actually had dinner with Mike Matei at the Twisted Root restaurant. That's a good restaurant up there in the Arlington area. I just got here. What's the backlash of what you were saying? Backlash to what, Jim? What are you talking about? Backlash. There are videos I watched, but these guys, yeah. So believably unfair. Yes, it is unfair. Rest in peace, Billy. Any word on what happened? Well, there was supposed to be a video from Jay today. I don't know if that's happened because I started at 6. I've already gone 4 hours. That's normally longer than I would go for a standard, but, I just don't feel like turning it off yet. We all thought that. I was pulling for him. I was sure of it. I was just sure that he would get ahead of it, that he'd come out of it. That of all the people that would face that challenge, he would come out the other side clean. Hey, Game Boy Punk. Yeah. I think it was RGT85 that said Billy didn't really want to know how bad it's... Yeah. I saw that video. That's why I question, did he not know how severe it was? Or did he know and he just didn't want me being upset over it? I don't know. I'm upset they weren't able to find it sooner. Like they sent him for scans when he presented the hot... Yeah. Well, that's the other thing. And like I said, I was noticing changes in him like mid-2023, and he was talking about, having, being tired and having headaches and having pain in his neck, and that he had been undergoing these treatments that involved like needles in the back of his neck to try to realign his neck, and that's why he had lost so much weight, because he wasn't going to the gym anymore and working out because they needed to get rid of some of that muscle back there. He did a video explaining the same thing. And I'm thinking, they've x-rayed, when they x-rayed his neck, they had to have given him an MRI for his neck. They had to have seen something then, because he was already presenting symptoms then. Why didn't they see it then, 2 years ago? I don't understand. I don't understand. Something that big doesn't grow in a month, okay? That thing had to have been there a while. He should still be sitting here. That should have been caught and dealt with when it was smaller. I would love to see that series, man. It's okay you don't have the footage. Would love to just hear the stories. I'll make it one way or the other, Tyler. I'll make it one way or the other. Tyler, do you still live in Texas? I have to stop myself getting upset that Doc's wasted precious time by not doing the brain. We're all human. Eric has always been weirdly antisocial. What a dumb. What are you talking about, Nathan? Are you like way behind on the show or something? What did Eric supposedly say? Oh, are you talking about the idiot that came on Eric's? It wasn't Eric that said that. It was someone on Eric's. Eric posted about Billy on, I think it was Facebook, and someone replied to Eric and said that about Billy being a uh, a basement dweller. Eric didn't say that. Eric would never say that. Eric loved the hell out of Billy, and Billy loved him dearly. I remember over a decade ago, marathoning the Game Chaser episodes, I tweeted at them saying how amazing it was, and with 5 minutes, Billy responded with a kind thank. He was very, very conscious of his social media stuff. He loved interacting with the fans. He loved it. I wish Melvor would come back so he could see that I'm wearing the Soccer Moms Are Hot shirt. Yeah, you misunderstood, Nathan. You misunderstood. Reading comprehension. It's what's for dinner. Even though you weren't reading, you were listening. Sorry, I'm trying to be funny and I'm failing miserably because I'm upset as shit. Do you want to talk about some funny, good Game Chaser moments to lighten the mood? Why am I dragging everybody down, Parps? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. He loved you, man. I'm sure no matter what the case, he didn't want you to worry. It was clear how he talked about you and your videos together. When he recorded that voicemail telling me, that he loved me, it was basically telling me goodbye. Oh, I was so freaking gutted when I heard that. So freaking gutted. Still live in Texas. Tyler, I don't know how much travel you do, but I'm looping you in on this too. Because you've always been good to me when I've run into you at the cons. This is yours too. As much as the Game Chasers, as much as the other chodes. Anytime that you're driving from wherever you're at to Dallas, if you need to take a pit stop, stop on over in Temple. The door will be open. We can play some turtles. Let your daughter play the pinball machine. I got 400 tables on this thing. My father died from a brain tumor. That's the other 3 weeks, man. 3 weeks. That's why I'm thinking, when he started complaining about this stuff to me in 2023, I think that's when it really started. And for whatever reason, nobody caught it. That's what I believe. I'm not a doctor. I wasn't there. I only have to go by what he told me. And I could tell something was wrong with him, that something was wearing him down. When he was talking about, when it got to the point where he was talking about being down and not having any energy or any get up and go or motivation to do things, and feeling down and depressed, but not having a real reason for it, and not wanting to have to get on medication for it because he didn't like the way that it made him felt like not him. I don't think it was a depression thing. I think that it was a physical thing. And either he didn't realize that there was more to it than the neck thing, or he didn't want to believe that it was more to it than the neck thing. And it's the same thing. It's the same damn thing with my dad, man. My dad was he was as much of a cop as it got. And one of the things, at least back then, I don't know how it is now, but back then, one thing cops could not stand was going to the doctor because it reminded them too much of the ever-constant threat of death that they lived under. My dad, unless it was an emergency room situation, like he'd been stabbed or whatnot, would not go to a doctor for nothing. He believed in over-the-counter stuff. You know, he could have, if, you know, everything was over the counter for him. If he got the flu, he would buy nasal spray and just squirt nasal spray. His cure for the flu, you know? And so he had completely treatable, undiagnosed heart disease. Could have been treated with meds, could have been treated with dietary changes, exercise. He could have lived another 20 years. But he was afraid of what they would tell him. And so I had to walk in and find him lying there dead in his bed. I don't know for sure that that's what happened with Billy. I know that thanks for subscribing, Isaac. I appreciate it. I know that what happened with what RGT85 said was it seemed to him that maybe Billy was afraid to hear how bad it actually was. But he didn't name a time frame of when that happened. You know, that could have just been 2 months ago because RGT didn't say. But Billy started talking to me about this, you know, being tired and his neck pain and being depressed and all. And this was 2023, like around April 2023. Hey Eric, thanks for stopping in, man. You've missed most of it, but this stream is going to be saved. The whole thing, it'll be saved so everyone can watch it on replay. So if you want to watch through all of it, it'll be there for you when you want. And yeah, you and I will talk later, I promise. I got your digits. Thank you. I will be calling you after, you know, you've had some time and I've had some time and there's a little bit of things calming down, at least. Not normal. Things will never be normal again, but at least calm down and we'll call and we'll talk. Eric's video destroyed me. It was hard to watch. It was hard to watch. But he did him right. He did right by Billy. I think Billy might have made fun of him a little bit for falling apart at the seams. He would have made fun of me a little bit for what I did tonight. But, you know, he wouldn't have meant anything by it. But, yeah, that was just his way. 7th, I hope you're doing okay. Just popped in, was driving home. I appreciate it, Eric. I appreciate it, brother. I was merely an old fan of Game Chasers and a stream chatter, and it's hit me hard. That's who Billy was, man. That's who Billy is. Not was, is. Like I said, Billy is still Billy. He's just not Billy here. He is Billy in another place. My dad is not gone. He's just not here. He is in another place. I hope that my dad is up there right now telling Billy embarrassing stories about me. And Billy is doing that chuckle of his where he's barely keeping it bottled up. That's what I hope is going on right now. Said that my dad would be here now if it wasn't for the BS of the coof. I didn't lose any close family to that. I did lose... there was some friends of the family that succumbed to it. But I didn't lose any direct family members. The damn thing of it all is we were all looking forward to episode 100. Yeah. Hopefully the boys have enough footage with Billy to get there. Where are they at now? Isn't they like at 88, 90, somewhere around in there? I don't know. I don't know. My dad been complaining about pain on the lower side of his body. What I believe he'd been benign cyst in his kidney and even eventually turned. Yeah, when you start getting those pains, you got to get them looked at, man. You got to get them looked at. Don't wait. Don't hope that it just goes away. Get it looked at. No matter how bad the news is, it's better to know than to leave it up to chance. I'm still listening, 7th. If you need anything, you know where to reach me. Okay, Jay. Remember what I said, man. If you want to help, go get you a copy of Borderlands 4 so we can play some co-op. I love playing co-op with 8th, but sometimes he wants to play with his friends, you know? Yeah, Billy felt strangely not. I felt like we had to encourage him to stream, and he felt better. Yeah, I think this thing was just eating away at him, man. Appreciate you all, and you said. I will call you, Eric, soon. Yeah, I'm just a fan of this crushing. I am privileged to have known him, and 8th too. We're privileged to have had him in our house and to spend time with him. Yeah, I'm not saying he was Jesus or anything, but he was just a tremendous person. He was a tremendous person that even if you were just some an acquaintance, you know, uh, he had that ability to make you feel like you grew up together. That was something that he just radiated out of him without any actual effort to it. I kind of envied him that skill because, he seemed to make friends with everyone wherever he went. And I've always had friends in very short supply. And it seems that my supply is getting smaller by the day. It's getting smaller by the day. They got up to episode 90, so 10 to go. Hope you had as good of a day as you could. So, yeah, I know that they filmed footage in bulk, so only Rob would probably know for sure, Rob or Melvor, but maybe they do have enough footage in the can where they could construct 10 episodes out of it. But the thing of it is, would Eric, not Eric, would Melvor have the time to edit it all? I wish I could help with that, but I'm not good enough, man. Yeah, I don't know anything about the tools that Billy used. As far as like Adobe, I'm not. I don't know crap about. I don't know crap about Adobe. I use freaking Sony Vegas, man. I use Sony Vegas. It's like Adobe for dummies. Okay. I wouldn't be able to help in that regard. I wouldn't be able to do it justice. Maybe Rob, because Rob was really getting into editing. I know that 5 years ago he was really getting into the process of editing and stuff. So maybe maybe Rob would have the time and the means to be able to do it. I hope so. Rob, anything that I can do to help, if you're out there, anything that I can do to help. Melvor, Jay, anything. I'm here. Just ask me. Already bought. Just let me know when you need some time to play with a friend. Perhaps tomorrow, Jay. Perhaps tomorrow. Not tonight. Not tonight, man. I am freaking emotionally drained. And, I usually don't get affected by stuff like this. Like I said, when my dad passed, not one tear left my eye because my mindset was he's not gone, he's just not here. But with Billy, it's, my dad, it was, I've got a bit of a headache. Go get your kid. I'm going to take a nap. When I wake back up, I'll be fine. And I come home and he's dead. With Billy, it was this 3-week long thing. And, voice messages and texts and, 2 a.m. 2 days before he's dead, and he's messaging me, how's your ticker? Man's dying. He wants to know how my heart is. My 51-year-old fat ass heart, because I haven't taken good care of myself. He wants to know. This was 2 a.m. on Tuesday. I very well could be the last or one of the last people he ever consciously spoke to. And what does he say? How's your ticker? Sony Vegas was what all crumb side OGs use. Those were the days. You're not wrong. And I never learned to use anything more elaborate than that, and I never will. Even to this day, if I have to put the video together, it's with Sony Vegas. And not even a new version of it. The one I have on here is Sony Vegas 14. 14. It doesn't even have settings for 4K. I have to kind of brute force it. Dude, I'm a mess. I had other stuff going on and this didn't help. I understand. He was reading all the comments on his videos and still responding to people when facing an unthinkable situation. That really shows his character and how brave he was being. Yeah. Turn that text into a tattoo and remember him forever. What, like somewhere right in here? I can't do anything here because this is like my 7th tattoo, which is all distorted and everything because my arm has gotten so fat. But, it's a bunch of voodoo glow skulls with a hand ripping the jaw open has 7th written on it in blood. This is my classic 7th tattoo. I don't really have any room there. But, maybe I could get it on the underside of my arm or maybe get it on the back of my hand or something, just, how's your ticker? That's an idea. I'll give that some thought. He was like that, man. He could be feeling absolutely the crappiest. And still, you try to talk to him about it, and what's going on with you? I need to go praying for you, man. I know this has been hard for you. Thanks for speaking up, talking about Billy. I'm going to miss him. I'm going to miss him too, Tyler. Don't be a stranger, okay, man? Don't be a stranger. I know that some of us live so far away from each other, 2 hours, 3 hours, But after this, I really don't want to get stuck in situations with friends here in Texas where, like with Billy, I'm only seeing him twice a year when I go to the cons. And maybe that's selfish for me to say, but I don't want that to happen again, you know? I don't want it to happen again. But I mean, look at this. You know, I'm not going to let y'all read any of this actual stuff, but, you know. Now, here's the Game Chasers. This was Billy's Twitter, and it goes for years. Years and years of us talking. Years and years of us going over plans and hopes and dreams and bad stuff that happened and good stuff that happened, and talking about wacky stuff that Eric said or did, and things that he was worried about, things that he was doubting himself over. It goes and it goes and it goes and it goes. I could scroll like this for hours and not get to the top. This is him, man. This is a record of so much of our friendship was done over this. I played him a song that I was making. I was making a song called Smiling Jack, which was a punk song about The Shining. And I played him the intro for it. And this was in 2020. And he said, "That's great. Now finish it." And I said, "I'm trying to get it done by Saturday." And he's like, "Why is that? You should never rush art." That song is very bad because it was one that I hadn't worked on any songs in a long time, and I'd forgotten how to use a lot of my software. So the quality of it is very subpar. And as I've gotten older, I've also started to lose my punk voice, so it doesn't sound as good as it once did too. But he was like, "You can't rush art." Like I was making a new Clash song or something. And you see, even in 2020, yeah, I'm again, he's talking here about how sometimes, you know, he can get burnt out on doing Game Chaser videos and he gets excited about trying to do something else. You know, that was something that he brought up over and I'm not going to show you. I'm just giving you gist, but and I said something about I was talking about how I'd made a fanboy troll remark and it had gone viral, and he was like, "You're really enjoying this, aren't you?" And I was like, "Always." But it goes and goes and goes. Hours of it. You could scroll and scroll and scroll and not get to the end of it. And the Facebook one is the same way. We would just kind of alternate back and forth between Twitter and Facebook. I'm going to miss that. Oh God, I'm going to miss talking to him. And, you know, I'm not special. There, you know, any of the guys, you know, maybe not Jay because he doesn't seem to really like doing the social media thing that much, but, you know, any one of them would probably have the group chats that he was in, the discords that he was in, and that kind of thing. It put the interactions I had with him to shame. And it's not a competition or anything, but I'm just saying I'm not special in that regard. There were he had like lifetime friendships with people that where he never even met them. You know, that he would keep up multiple online conversations with people going back years. In that way, he was kind of like me. He valued online friendships as much as he valued people that were right standing in front of him. How's your ticker? Thanks for stopping by. Dad, I'm 12 hours from you and I'm about to come check. Well, you know, you would be welcome if you came, but that's an awful long drive to make, man. Good night, Ricardo. It's okay to be a little bit selfish. You're only 2 hours away. Need to get together sometime. I'll let you know when I'm out that way. I will be here. Because remember, I work from home, and I can go weeks without ever stepping out that door. I will be here. Just knock on the door, man. Come when you're ready. That is a lot. No, it's not Willie, it's Lily, as in Lily Munster, as in his wife. Just imagine, I want you to imagine for a moment, right behind me, Billy's Sasquatchian form standing in front of this pinball machine. And you can hear the coming out of these speakers and little voice clips of the characters. And he's sitting there playing it, and he's going, Lily, oh, Lily, oh, while playing this. And there's no one here to see him do it, except me and Eighth. And he's still doing it. And that tells me that he didn't do that because he was trying to make people around him laugh. He did it because that was just a natural expression of his love for that show. Oh, Lord. Anytime I came across anything that was Munster related or Gremlins related, I would try to get it for him. It's just that in the case of the Gremlins, man, I really struck out with him on that Gizmo Furby. I really struck out with him on the Gizmo Furby. He hated that thing. He wouldn't admit it, but I could see it on his face. He hated the Gizmo Furby. $100 of my money down the drain trying to get a smile from him because I thought he would like it. Hated it, but it wouldn't tell me. Just kind of erased it from memory and acted like I never gifted it to him. Because he didn't want it. He would rather pretend it didn't exist than to vocally hurt my feelings by admitting that he didn't like it. I'm going to 7th. It's 4:30 a.m. All right, Wu-Tang, no problem. Thanks for coming, man. I appreciate it. Just goes to show the power of the man, the shock that has swept the gaming community all over the... I know, man. I know. Like I said, it should be even bigger. His channel, The Game Chasers, as a show, should have had 60 million subscribers. Should have had 60 million subscribers. Easily. And it upsets me that you know, I'm happy that he had the audience and the success that they did. I'll love this show my whole life. But it upsets me that, you know, they didn't get the reach that they should have. And there are channels that have come after them, following in their footsteps. In some cases, were openly given the opportunities they had by the Game Chasers, who are now far more successful when it comes to views and money earned by it than the Game Chasers ever got. Yes, his Herman impression was awesome. I feel a memorial for Billy at one of... Well, if Jay goes on with the Retropalooza in December, I'm sure that's what a lot of it will be. And I don't have the money to get a hotel room to stay. You know, I don't have any time off for that because I had booked all my December vacation time at the end of December for Christmas and New Year's, which is what I do every year. But, you know, that Friday, if I had the money for a hotel room, I could call out sick. But as things are, I'm only going to be able to go up there for Saturday morning and spend all day Saturday there. And so, you know, I can see Eric, and I can see Jay, and I can see Tyler, and I can see, you know, Dodongo, and I can see Melvor, and I can see Tim. I can see my friends. see my friends. Seventh, the best thing you all can do is be there for each other. Was watching 8-Bit Eric and it's hit him really hard. I sent him a message. I gave Eric my phone number. We exchanged numbers because one of my regrets about this is that, like I said, Billy is the one that pulled me into all this. Jay didn't know who I was. Eric sure as hell didn't know who I was. Billy, when all of this started, it's like I said, it started in 2013. By the time I moved here to Texas, none of them knew who I was except for Billy. I don't think any of them even knew that it was Billy who talked me into coming to Texas, or that it was Billy that invited me to the first Retropalooza. I don't even know if they were aware of that or not. But one of the things is that I've never really had the opportunity to just hang out with Eric and get to know him better, And I want to rectify that. I want to fix that. So, I sent him my phone number today, and we exchanged numbers, and, I told him the same thing I've told all of them. When you're passing through, this is your home away from home. Just knock. Just knock. And here's the thing, Eric, if you watch the replay of this, I want you to listen carefully. I was born and raised in Tennessee. Tennessee, the home of Davy Crockett. Davy Crockett was a childhood hero of mine. I'd seen the Disney movies. I'd read the books. I knew the whole story of the Alamo by heart. I have been living in Texas since 2017. I've never been to San Antonio. I've never been to the Alamo, where my childhood hero, gave his last. And that's where you live, Eric. Eighth has been to San Antonio. He's gone to concerts there. He went to see Breaking Benjamin there. I haven't been. I haven't seen the Riverwalk, where they filmed scenes for Cloak and Dagger in the 1980s. And now, San Antonio is 3 hours away from me instead of 2. But I want to go there. That was another place that I looked at when I was looking for houses. And they had some houses that were as affordable as this one was. But there was greater threat of flood and things there. And some other things. And so I ended up coming here to Temple, not knowing that Temple was the very bottom tip of Tornado Alley. And so a tornado hits Temple 2 days before we move in. Holy crap. Anyway, Eric. Yeah, I have several reasons to come to San Antonio, but you're one of the major ones. Oh, absolutely, the Game Chaser should have been bigger than this. I wonder what he did. I'm wondering if he kind of paid it forward by selling it on eBay to someone that actually wanted it. That thing is hideous. Well, fine, goblins. I thought he'd like it, okay? I think his channel should be blowing up because he's a legend. He is a legend. He was fantastic. He's one of the best editors I've ever seen on here. His show is like watching something on A&E, man. It's like watching American Pickers. It's like watching, any of those reality shows. Only their stuff was 100% real. Well, except for when they fought each other as like Vikings in the woods and shit. That wasn't real, but. The only one I was really disappointed with was Mr. Rightway because he monetized the video. I don't have anything to do with Mr. Rightway. There's some things that I've heard about that individual, and so I avoid anything that he makes. that last video of Billy he uploaded just before the first brain. Now, I don't know that he told me that the first of the actual brain surgeries was supposed to be on the 18th, which was the day that he passed away. Uh, when he talked about what he had done and he had that little bandage there, I don't think that was an actual surgery per se, as far as like surgery to get rid of the tumor surgery, because that was supposed to be done by laser. I think the bandage was from where they did a biopsy, where they took a piece of his brain so that they could, examine it to see what was in there. That's what I think that was. I don't think that he ever actually got to having one of the 3 or 4 laser surgeries he said that was required, because he told me that the first one was supposed to be on the 18th. And from what I gather, they said that, they Texas law is they'll hold you on a ventilator for 48 hours, which is, to give your family time to say goodbye. And it's also in the case of a miracle happening, And so if they unhooked him on Thursday, then that would have mean that, he went to sleep on Tuesday and didn't wake up, or something like that, to where he was unresponsive. I don't know the whole timeline of it. I know Jay was supposed to make a video about that. I don't know if that's happened yet, because I started streaming at 6. I don't know any of these guys but just through YouTube and watching their vids. It's got me through some pretty dark times. Stupid as it sounds, like a family man. It's not stupid, Ralphus. It's not stupid. He only had so much time, man. He couldn't be there for every person ever. But I'm sure that if you had messaged him, or if you had left him a comment, he would have thanked you for your kind words, and he would have counted you as a friend, if only as a friend of the show. You would still have been his friend. Anyone that loved the show and took the time to tell him so, and it could exhibit a love of the show, because they knew things about what had happened on the show, they were his friends. They were his friends. I always thought you would live in the Alamo 7th. Imagine the epic game room. I wouldn't be able to do that, Alamo, because, or I wouldn't be able to do that, Jay, because there wouldn't be enough room in the basement for my game room. Don't worry about it, goblins. You're wise to avoid that individual. Monetizing someone's passing is absolutely disgusting, and he should be called out for it. You're not wrong. Yeah, biopsy. It was just to try to find out, if it was cancerous and how severe it was. Yeah, I think Chris had mentioned chemo and radiation to try to shrink it, but I don't know if that actually happened or not. Because again, he never mentioned chemo to me. He just said, he told me, well, they found out it's a brain tumor and they're going to use lasers to cut it out starting on the 18th. He never mentioned chemo. Which, when he said that, my assumption was that it was not cancerous, because I've assumed that they would put him through at least 3 months of radiation and chemo if it was. The only thing about chemo and radiation is that sometimes that can actually trigger explosive growth rather than shrinking, depending on the conditions and whatnot. It can cause it to explode in size in certain circumstances. And it's my understanding that where it was that it was wrapped around his brain stem at the base of his brain, which, that would certainly explain some of the issues with his neck, because that would have been additional pressure and additional weight bearing down on that part of his neck and his spine. Oh, he must have felt so bad. And I saw somebody else that had seen him at the last con that he went to, the Southeast Game Exchange, and said that he was sitting a lot, and he would get up for a little bit and then he'd sit back down. Well, I know that they did a biopsy up here, but I can't remember now. I'm sorry. I can't remember now if it was Chris or if it was Jay who had said that the tumor was wrapped around his brain stem, which your brain stem is back. It's back there in the back where the your neck, your spine connects to the brain. It's not up here. This is like your cerebrum up here, your frontal lobes. And that's the other thing, even with laser surgery, it's a very high risk thing. Even if he had survived it, there's no telling if he would have still been himself when he came out of it. He could have woken up and had a totally different personality because brain, no matter, not getting into the matters of the soul, it's not like changing who you are, but it can change how you behave. So who knows? I'm not going to go into details, but I have a relative who not too long ago suffered an aneurysm. They had just been complaining of having migraines a lot, and they suffered an aneurysm, and they're basically on 100% care now. They lost most of their movement. They can move one hand a little bit. They can blink and acknowledge things very basically, but can't talk, can't do a lot of things, and it's very sad. But it just goes to show you there's so much that's can't be predicted when it comes to the health of the brain. The brain, there's no 100% accuracy in diagnosing it or treating it. It's one of the still organs of the body that so little is known about how it functions. The fact that there's any kind of successful surgeries when it comes to the brain at all is staggering. So I mean, he had the deck stacked against him, no matter what, but I still had faith that he would come out on top, and I wanted him to have that faith. I wanted him to have that faith too. I keep wanting to just open this up and see something stupid that he's sent me. Do a punk cover of so and so, no nuts. He used to send me stuff like that. He'd pick out some obnoxious song, like not this one, but just an example. I get a message like, do a punk cover of Singing in the Rain, no nuts. That kind of thing. No nuts. No nuts. Oh man. I got on to him not too long ago. Well, it was like 6 7 months ago, I think. Uh, no, it was not long after we moved here, so it would have been summer of 2024. I got on to him, and the reason I got on to him is because in the last Retropalooza we went to in 2023, the last one that we saw him at, the last one that they held at the Arlington Convention Center before it was getting turned into a war museum for some reason. Uh, he sold me a black Sega Dreamcast. And, it wasn't scuffed up or anything. Looked in great condition. I'd always wanted one of those black sports branded Dreamcasts. And he had one sitting there. And so, I paid him what he asked for it. Took it home. Didn't plug it in because, I already had a Dreamcast plugged in. So when we moved here, 8th takes that Dreamcast upstairs with him, and he's like, this one will be my Dreamcast. And a few minutes later, because, the second game room's right there, there's a balcony. He's like, hey, Dad, yeah, this Dreamcast will power on, but it doesn't read discs. And so I messaged Billy, and I'm like, I got a bone to pick with you, man. I paid you $80 for that Dreamcast, and it won't read discs. And he said, well, it was working when I brought it out there. You must have done something to it. I said, don't worry about it. I don't want a refund. I'll just get it fixed. Oh, man. I'm sorry to hear about your mother, Joshy. That black Dreamcast is rare now. Well, it's rare to find one that works, apparently. It's obviously he really valued friendship. I hope so. I mean, he told me so, and one of the last things he ever said to me. The last time I'll ever hear his voice. But again, that one I'm not sharing. Not playing that for you, because just trust me when I say, guys, you wouldn't want to hear it. You wouldn't want to hear it. His voice is so weak. I mean, it had just been July since, he had done the last live stream that I saw him do. And he went from that sounding completely normal to sounding like he had aged 30 years. Just in that brief time. You wouldn't want to hear it, man. I'll never get rid of it. But you really don't want to hear it. At least now Billy will know if Bigfoot and UFOs are real. And the chupacabras. You could tell he hated the games you made him play, but he didn't mind that you got some laughs from it. Yeah. And, eventually he tried to worm his way out of it by saying, if you only paid $2 for me to play it, I'm not going to play it that long. And I told him, well, if I pay Jay $2 to play a game, he'll play it for 15 minutes or more. And he wrote back, he said, I'm not Jay. Oh, man. Cheers alone, he made it for you. I know. I'll never forget. It makes me wish that he had archived some of his streams, because he saved a couple of his streams on there, and I'm sure a lot of the time that was by accident. Because I told him years ago that what I do is part of the reason why my channel died, is that saving your streams can negatively affect the algorithm and not make it want to send people to your channel. And so, he had kind of listened to that, and so there's only a small handful of his weekend streams that are actually on there. But I do wish he had saved a few of them so people could see like a montage of him getting pissed off at the games I was making him play. Seventh, you son of a bitch. Sort of Sodan. And he also intentionally would get the name wrong. He'd be like, sort of Sudan, sort of Sodan. Oh. I think you made him play an NES Wall Street trading game, and he lost. Yeah, it was Wall Street Kid. No, Wall Street Kid 2. It was Wall Street Kid 2. I think one time I made him play like some kind of like airline traffic controller or airline business thing too. But one of the ones that he really hated was that I made him play that Super Nintendo game that was about diabetes. And I made him play the one where you're like some Rex something. You're a doctor that gets shrunk and sent into somebody's body, and the first level is like you're shooting like little tartar monsters off of people's teeth or some shit. He hated that game. He absolutely hated it. And he would always, oh, you've done it this time, you son of a bitch, Seven. You finally found one that's worse than Sword of Sodan. But it was always Sword of Sodan that got the biggest negative reaction from it. Because, for one thing, he never learned to use the potions. You're carrying, and you see them right on the screen, right at the top, these right underneath the health bar, these big bottles. And you can use those to replenish your health. And he would never use any of them. And maybe that was because he just wanted to die so he wouldn't have to play it. So he refused to use the potions. I don't know. But that was one of my absolute favorite. Yeah, Captain Novolin. That was the Captain Novolin's the diabetes one. The one where he was shrunk was like Rex something or other. Can't remember the name of it. Someone linked a ton of his streams in Jay's Discord. He was raging over how Wall Street Kid even he just crouch and stab. Yeah, he said that the only viable strategy was to stab guys in the dick. He'd play the whole game just inching forward a little bit, stabbing in the dick. And he hated the fact that you had to hold down a button and press down to turn the character around to face the other way. And he was constantly forgetting how to do that. And so he'd be like, turn around! Turn around! Oh, I would kill to have a compilation of just him raging at the bad games that I made him play. I would love that. That would be an amazing video. That would be amazing. That was so much fun. That was so much fun. And I always made sure that I had, money put aside so that if he streamed, I'd have, enough to where I could request 2 or 3 games that night. It was fun. It was a good time. And I never told him I was going to do that in advance. I just started doing it one night at random. And he was like, Seventh, I know you used to be this diehard troll. Why are you doing this to me, man? right about now, normally, right about now, is when I would just slide stealthily into his stream and just watch. Not even let him know that I was there. Just wait and watch for someone to request UN Squadron. And the second that one appeared, UN Squadron tax, Sword of Sodan. One time I got into a war with Bubs 88, I think was his name. And I was like paying for these shitty games, and Bubs was trying to cancel those out by requesting good games. And here Billy was just racking up the donations with this mixture of good and crap. Old Bubs, man. I remember Billy said he was great at Pac-Man during a live stream, and Jay and the guys trolled him into proving it. Billy chose Pac-Man NES and gave up after a couple of reasons. Yeah, not the best version of Pac-Man to try to prove your Pac-Man skill. No. I'm bad at pretty much the only I'm making a confession here. I promise this doesn't mean I'm a fake gamer. The only version of Pac-Man that I've ever been good at is the 2600 version of Pac-Man. I'm a beast at Pac-Man 2600, or at least I was when I was 9 years old. I probably suck at it now, but I was really good at it when I was about 9 or 10 years old. That's the only one where I've ever like racked up big scores, was the freaking 2600 version of that garbage. I would go to his streams hoping that 7th would be there requesting him to play stuff. I appreciate that. Because, I thought that it made his streams better. I mean, his streams were awesome anyway, but I thought it added an extra layer of humor and snark to it. And see you later, Rafis. And that sometimes, it would inspire guys like Bubs88 or whatever his name was to try to anti-troll me, which of course would lead to more donations going towards Billy to help him pay down the movie debt. I worried about him with the movie debt, man, because that weighed heavily on his mind. He talked about that a lot, about the money they still owed towards the movie and how they were going to repay it and stuff. He talked about it a lot. And, yeah. Of course, he doesn't have to worry about that now, does he? I really enjoyed when he gave commentary on Game Chasers and Toy Chaser. That's another thing, man. I haven't seen any updates from Jay yet, but Gamester81 posted a video. I'll watch that once this is over. Although I don't really know when I'm going to end this. Probably should have ended it already, but, everyone's still talking. Everyone's still interacting. I don't want to send anybody away. Hi, Luna Spark. Hi, Detractor Fox. Seeing some new names today. 56K warning. Hey, man. High five for life. Now I forgot what I was talking about. I got distracted. Now I don't remember what it was what I was talking about. I don't know now. My mind is... Whew. This is the best therapy. Laughing, crying, recalling every little facet that went into making Billy. Yeah. Everyone has come to reflect. So I'm glad it helped you, Rafis. I'm glad it helped. Oh, yeah, that was another thing. The Blu-ray and DVD production only went up as high as season 5. I'm going to make another selfish remark. I regret that he didn't get high enough up in the Blu-rays to where he did a commentary track on my episode 68. I would have liked to have heard, what he had to say about everything that went into the creation of that episode. Maybe he had some B-roll footage that he didn't use, that he filmed at the house that I don't even remember happening. One thing that I'll tell you one thing, and you see this very briefly, but he put voiceover over it so you don't hear the actual conversation. There's a scene in my garage where he picks up Pat's NES book off the floor of the garage, and he's brushing the dust off of it, the dirt and the grime off of it. And what it was just simply, we'd still been slowly unpacking stuff and finding a place to put it. And at that point, I had just recently, gotten additional shelves set up and things like that. And so some of the books and things were just laying on the floor in the garage. There's also a scene there where you see him pick up my complete in-box Panzer Dragoon Saga off the garage floor. Just sitting there. $1,500 game. Just sitting on the garage floor. But the conversation that happened there was I talked about how I normally kept Pat's book in the bathroom because it was great reading material for when you were constipated. And that line didn't make it into the video. Of course, I was just trolling Pat. I've met Pat at the cons too. We talk, every time he's there, I don't know him as well as the others, but, we've had some interesting conversations. Gamester is a cool dude, and I've met Gamester at a couple of the Retro Paloozas. He was showing off his Sydney Hunter game. Looks kind of like Pitfall. I have a digital version of one of them on PlayStation Network. I kind of think to myself, who am I to feel so upset about it? He barely knew I existed. It was just a Game Chasers fan. I find myself feeling that way because of the fact that, I wasn't a member of his family. I wasn't one of his super close-knit friends that he had grown up with. I'm just somebody that he found on the internet and, dug what I did and the conversations that we had so much that he convinced me to move 1,500 miles to be closer to him. But I'm glad that he did that because, none of this would have happened. I wouldn't have met Brian, my friend Brian. Eighth wouldn't be going to college at Temple University Temple College right now with a major of mechanical engineering. None of that would have happened. He was the spark that set all of that off. And I don't even think that he ever even put two and two together on that to stop and realize that was the ultimate effect that he had on me. That just convincing me that this is where I needed to be had such a profound effect on my life. And then, brute forcing me into his social circles and what have you. And, they're all looking at me like, who the hell is this guy? And of course, in the case of Jay, tell that fat fuck to get out, because he didn't know who I was, and it was setup day, and he didn't recognize me. So as far as he was concerned, I wasn't supposed to be here. Tell that fat fuck to get out. I still bring that up to Jay from time to time when I see him. Remember the first time you saw me? You remember that? 8 years ago. Tell that fat fuck to get a. He's made that up to me 1,000 times over, old Jay. You know, gave me that TV. He's on one instance, he actually paid for my hotel room for that weekend. One time, uh, that was the year that I acted as his gopher and was driving people around, chauffeuring them around in my Charger and stuff. Because I wanted to make it up to him. I wanted him to feel like he got his money's worth out of me. Uh, and he's included me in things, and every time I'd go, free T-shirts and free this, free that. You know, treat and giving me VIP status and treating me like I'm a guest that he's actually making money off of, even though I'm not doing any panels. I'm not selling any 7th merch. I'm signing autographs because I'm in the movie, or because people remember me from episode 68 and think, I certainly wouldn't have been signed. I've never signed an autograph because I was in the Trey Brotherhood, okay? That's never happened. Never will happen. No one even remembers the Trey Brotherhood. You know how I know? Go look at the views on the Trey for Life documentary series on my channel. Just go look at the views for that. By the way, Billy loved the Trey for Life documentary. He watched every episode, and he would get on to me. When's the next episode? When's the next episode? Is there going to be a season 2? He liked it. He liked it a lot. Even though he didn't know any of that history. He never knew that about me until he watched that documentary. I told him that I was involved in the console war stuff in the 360 PS3 era, but he had no idea that that was what I was doing before I started making reviews. He had no clue. So he really loved it. He was like, you did a really good job with this. It feels like an actual documentary series. It's good. I was proud of that. I was proud of the fact that he thought that, I successfully kind of recreated the documentary series feel without having kind of any money or real hardcore editing skill, I was very proud that he liked it. I was still waiting for my Blu-rays. I'm sure somebody will take care of that eventually, Lunas. He kept meticulous records, so I'm sure there's a record somewhere that you haven't gotten. It'll get sorted in time. You're just going to have to be patient. I mean, he's only been gone a couple of days, man. Sydney Hunter is great. Finished it on PS4. I just noticed the shirt you're wearing. Yeah. Soccer moms are hot. I was mentioning it earlier. You got to remember, I've been going for almost 6 hours now. I normally only do 3. Billy was very happy of the fact that I bought this shirt. At the time that I bought it, I don't know if it's true now, but at the time that I bought this shirt from him, he told me that I was the only one who had the nuts to actually order this shirt. And I told him, I've done more than that. I've worn it out in public. This is the shirt that I wore to my doctor's appointment for my heart. I wore this shirt in front of female nurses, okay? With no shame. How's your ticker, 7th? Now you know it's time to work on your health. Yeah, that's the way I'm taking it. I'm taking it that the Lord was working through Billy to send me a message that I need to focus on my health too, because I'm older than Billy. I'm in absolutely worse physical shape than Billy was. There's 100 things that could happen to me. I mean, look at me. Look at all this. Look at all this. I didn't used to have this. You guys that have been watching me for years, I didn't have this. I was in shape. Not like super shape, but better shape than this, 100 pounds lighter than this. Working third shift is what did this to me. When my company put me on third shift in, I think it was 2014, and I went from 2014 to 2015 to no, it was 2013. They put me on it a year after I started working there. I went from 2013 to 2016, 3 years on third shift, and it messed up my metabolism bad. Yeah, the last time I ate anything today was at 3 o'clock. You know, I'm not chugging down 3,000 calories a day or anything. Definitely not. You know, Billy was not a gatekeeper. No, it was a well-made series. That's how I found your channel. I think Rev reposted. Yeah, Rev recently blocked me, AKL Max. He blocked me on Twitter because he actually he posted a response from Grok bragging on his physical fitness, and I joked. I'd always trolled him for years, and he knew not to take it seriously because I was a friend, and I was like, look at the sad state that his self-esteem must be in, that he's taking compliments from a toaster. There's something to that effect, and he blocked me for that. He blocked me. I haven't spoken to Solid Rev in months. It is a cool shirt. But yeah, Trey for Life is a 10-part documentary series about the YouTube PlayStation 3 versus Xbox 360 console war that went on from, in one form or another, it went on from 2008 all the way up to 2013, when it was finally confirmed that the PS3 had outsold the 360, and then of course the PS4 came out and destroyed the Xbox One. That's when it ended. So you're talking about, you know, uh, multiple years covered in that documentary. Although the documentary only goes up to the point where El Presidor uh, transitioned over to doing Call of Duty gameplay vids, and I took the Trey Brotherhood over. There was another 3 years of it after that, where it was mostly me doing console war debate and trolling back and forth, that transitioned from Xbox fanboys to Wii fanboys and fanboys of the, so that would have been guys like there was a group called the N-Dub Nation, and it was led by a guy called Black Baron, who was actually a wrestler on AEW Dark for a while. I think he went by Baron Black on there, but same dude, pro wrestler who was also a Wii fan, and my wars with him were somewhat legendary, leading up to a infamous burial video where I impersonated a priest giving his funeral. He never really recovered from that video. Melvor the Great, the Billy Walmart bag story had me. I will tell you one of Billy's biggest pet peeves of all time. He actually made more than one video about it. And every time I saw it where I was living, I would send him pictures of it. And he'd be like, those bastards. And that's people that didn't put their carts away at Walmart. People that would just leave their carts lying around instead of putting them back in the receptacles, that they have out in the parking lot for that. He could not stand it when people were too lazy to go put their cart up. That was one of the things that most grinded his gears. All you had to do was mention that, and he could rant for 20 minutes. All you had to do was bring it up. I told him, see my new car out there? Yeah, a Dodge Challenger. That's nice. I said the only thing wrong with it is one little ding. I got it 2 days after I bought it. I walked out of Walmart and I found a shopping cart sitting right next to the car, which was a lie. I made that up. He's like, those bastards. I just wanted to see him react to it because I knew how angry that would make him. He had a legit issue with people doing that. Could not stand it. I wasn't above trolling Billy. It's just I was a lot more subtle with it. I wasn't pulling some of the kind of pranks that Eric or Jay or what have you would do on him. The stuff that I'd do was more subtle, like forcing him to play crappy games he hates, that kind of thing. Oh no, you got to eat something. I'm fine. I've got plenty of blubber that my body can live off of. I don't I don't need to be eating anything, especially not, what I would be craving right now would be Taco Bell. And I shouldn't be eating Taco Bell. Not when I'm having, atrial fib heart murmurs. Although, that's not necessarily based on like weight or what you eat. It's just some kind of a electrical malfunction where the heart loses its rhythm and it takes it a while to kind of get back into its circadian rhythm or whatever it's called. I don't know the particulars of it. Hopefully I'll learn more about it when they put the heart monitor on me. Like I said, it's only happened twice in the last calendar year. Happened in July of 2024 and then it happened in August of 2025. Billy had funny reactions when he hated things like bad. Absolutely. It's been fun meeting you. My condolences to everyone here. May God watch over us. Thanks for coming, D. DD or whatever. D Junior D. I don't know how you want to be called, but thanks for coming. Taco Bell. Rose's Cafe ain't open 24 hours, Darkstar. Taco Bell, doesn't matter what time of night I can go. I know I can get something there. If I'm hungry enough for that. I'm here out of habit looking for Billy streaming on Saturday night. Billy really made such a huge impact on me. Yeah. And I'm a poor substitute. I know, man. I'm not as fun. I'm not as fun. I was fun once. Used to be. I just miss my friend. It's just not fair, man. It's not fair. It's not fair at all. Of all the people that I've come in contact with in my 51 spins around the sun, I can't think of anyone less deserving of what happened to him than him. I can't think. He had such a. I never been in it, but I've seen lots of footage of it. He had such a warm and welcoming home. His wife is amazing. His wife is awesome. His son's cute as hell. He had so many positive things. So many people that loved him. It's like Jay said, man. Never pass up on an opportunity to hug the people that you care about in your life and tell them how much you love them, because you don't know if they're going to be there tomorrow, and you don't know if you're going to be there tomorrow. At least Billy he had time to make that peace. You know, I'm glad that uh, Chief and Greg were able to drive up there and spend Sunday with him and play some games with him and just, you know, be there for him. I know he had a tremendous support system up there, people helping him get around, helping him with things that he didn't have the physical ability to do. I know Rob was helping out with a lot of things too, and I'm sure still is. But he at least had time to tell the people that mattered to him that he loved them and that he valued them. Yeah, he got to watch Star Trek 4 one last time. It's my understanding, you know, Star Trek 4 was one of his favorite movies. I don't know if it was his absolutely favorite movie of all time because he talked about so many different movies, but I do know it was absolutely one of his favorites, alongside Gremlins and Gremlins 2 and uh, Ghoulies. He loved the Ghoulies series. But I'm glad that he got to watch that. I actually saw Star Trek 4 in the theater. I want to say it was for my 12th birthday in a little theater uh, down the street from Eastgate Mall in Chattanooga, Tennessee. The last time I was there, it wasn't the building was still there, but it wasn't a theater anymore. It had been turned into a nightclub. But yeah, I saw it at the theater, and you know, he loved to tell you about movies that he adored, and he loved to tell you about movies that he thought were garbage. He loved to talk movies. Yeah, YouTube retro community is just not going to be the same without him. He positively inspired so many people. You know, and even I had made a few videos where me and Eighth were going out and hunting stuff down, but for whatever reason, whether we lived in Charlotte, North Carolina, or whether we lived here, we never had a good retro market to, you know, most of our stuff we ended up buying from Scott at Gamers Alley, which is one of the, you know, if you live in the North Carolina area, especially around Charlotte, Gamers Alley is one of the best retro game stores you'll ever go to. If I had the capability, I'd still be buying stuff from Scott now, but he just doesn't. His online store doesn't have the capability for me to be able to buy stuff from him because it's not full retail. It only accepts payments through PayPal, and I got banned from PayPal for reasons that was never explained to me. I think it was simply because they weren't making money off of me because all I was doing was using it to transfer money from AdSense to my bank account for y'all's donate and Streamlabs donations. That's why I can't use the Streamlabs link anymore. And instead, all y'all can do is the gray button with the dollar sign on it because of freaking PayPal. But yeah, if you live around the Charlotte, North Carolina area and you don't know about Gamers Alley, you really need to go. You know, go find Scott, tell him 7th sent you. He'll do you right. He'll give you a deal. Yeah, I'm gonna miss the "What's Wrong with These Guys" podcast too. You know, their original version of it was called the Chodecast, and then the most recent one, the one that they were doing in Melfor's basement, it was called "What's Wrong with These Guys." You know, from that guy. What's wrong with these guys? All right. I'm a floating head. Oh. He was so happy when he came over here and I gave him that floating head prop. Which what it was, there was a series of these that were released several years ago. You can't get them now. That were these crystal balls on these little plastic pedestals that had a face inside of it, And when you plugged it in, it was motion control. So when people walked by it, it would light up and it would talk and make noises and stuff. And it would move around like this. And so when he asked me to do that scene for the movie, he wasn't going to be able to have the capacity or the time for me to drive up there and film it there. So he just gave me the pages and said, please dress up your garage to look like a garage sale, film this scene, say these lines, and give me some B-roll in case I need a couple extra seconds or whatnot. So me yanking the garbage bag out and stabbing it with a knife to open that was my idea. And he didn't know when he wrote the line about, well, I offered him $2 for the floating head because it still floats and it's only $2. That's always a plus, whatever it was. When he wrote that line, he did not know that I had an actual floating head prop. And so when he got the footage, and I said, I offered him $2 for the floating head, and then here's a floating head, he thought that was awesome. He was really excited about that. And so, when he came to see me for the last time, I gave him that prop, which the prop didn't work that well anymore. You plugged it in and it would still move and light up and make the noises, but his mouth wouldn't work anymore. His mouth was stuck shut, but it still worked. I gave it to him so he could either put it on display as a piece of personal memorabilia, or so they could, maybe autograph it and auction it off at one of the cons. I don't know what he ended up doing with it, but he seemed very happy to get it. And of course, that's also the night that I gave him those 3 Munster figures, which I did post a picture of that in one of my social media posts. I posted a picture of him bragging on one of those Munster figures I bought him. And I have posted a picture of his message to me about how's your ticker, because I didn't think he'd mind me showing that to you guys. I mean, yes, it was a private thing, but that's I think it's important to show that, that to show what was the important things on his mind as he's going through that process, that the things that he cared about the most was how everyone around him was doing, and making sure that they knew how he felt towards them and how he valued them. I think that's very important for people to know, because that says more about him and his character than anything else that I could have said over the 6 hours that I've been doing this. So, and yeah, I'm only going to go for another 15 minutes or so. I think midnight is more than enough. I'm starting to actually get a little hoarse, so I've probably overdone it, but I had to get it out, man. I had to get it out. And I mean, it's still not gone. It's right here. It's just it's a weight. It's like that feeling you get when you're anxious about something, like, you're worried about an exam you're about to take, or you screwed up something at your job and you're afraid that they're going to fire you, or, that kind of anxiety pit that feels like a little tiny black hole that's slowly sucking your body apart. That's what it feels like right now. And every time I think about the fact that, that's the last time I'm ever going to hear his voice directed specifically to me. That's the last time I'm ever going to get a message from him. That's the last question he's ever going to ask me. That's the last joke that he's ever going to make towards me. All right here. The sum of a 12-year-old friendship on this. For however long I'm still around, I'll never forget it. And I'll never really be over this. I'll never. This is something that, love it or hate it, I'm going to end up carrying around in me for the rest of my life. He was so instrumental in what my life currently is. So instrumental. And like I said, I don't know that it ever dawned on him the level of change that he initiated into my life and Eighth's life. The impact that he had, the impact that Brian had. If something happened to Brian, it would destroy me. Because I'm not going to explain what Brian's career is, but he works in a very dangerous career. And every time I hear about something bad happening in that industry around here in the Texas area, I message him. You weren't around this, were you? You weren't part of this, were you? If anything happened to Brian, it would tear me apart. Just like this is tearing me apart. Wouldn't be able to handle it because it's like I said, in my life nowadays, friends are few and far between. You know, I've said it once before and I'll say it again. In the grand scheme of things, even though, I'm also his father and I'm here to support him and I'm here to offer advice, Eighth is also my best friend. He's my best friend, but Billy was also one of my best friends. And Brian is one of my best friends. And I don't have too many of those left. And as years go by, I have just a couple less than I had before. It's the consequence of surviving, my friends. On some level, you're always going to wonder, why him and not me? Why did he deserve this more than I did? It's stupid to think that way, but you think that way. You do. But life goes on. He's in a better place. And it's not goodbye, it's just see you later. I know he's there. I don't have any doubts about that. I know he's there. I know he's there. Is he going to, haunt anybody as a troll? No, of course not. To be apart from the body is to be with the Father, not trapped on earth haunting your friends. That's one thing. He believed in ghosts and shadow people and all that, and I know that in some cases there are ghosts, but I don't think that they're the literal spirits of dead people that are trapped on earth. I just think that they're remnants of a horrible thing that once happened. They're like, watching a rerun. That's why you can go to Gettysburg and you can see soldiers moving around in the fields at night. They're not the literal spirits of these soldiers. They're just a rerun. You're just watching something that happened there that left enough negative energy there for you to see it. That's all it is. And when it comes to violent stuff, throwing stuff around and whatnot, people talk poltergeist, angry spirit. That's most likely demonic. Most likely demonic. But as far as being visited by your loved ones, nah. If that was in any way possible, I guarantee you, my dad would have already done it by now. Would have already done it. Over 1,000 different things that I've done wrong, he would have already done it by now. He would have appeared over my shoulder. What the hell do you think you're doing? Trust me. Trust me. These things that they talk to at seances, it's not your mom. It's not your mom. It's not your dad. It's not your dearly departed brother or sister. It's not. You're being played. But anyway, we got 10 minutes to go. For any of you that are still here that donated, thank you. I appreciate it. You didn't have to do that. I certainly didn't ask. But I appreciate it all the same. Thanks. And I thank you for coming by. You know, this was not. You know, I didn't want to do this as a way of having a focus on me or feeling sorry for me or my loss or whatnot, because it wasn't my loss. Billy was not. Thank you, JV, for the $20. I appreciate you. Billy was not my loss. Okay, Billy was Regina's loss. He was Eric's loss. He was Jay's loss. He was his son's loss. He was Rob's loss. And I loved him, and I know he loved me, but, you know, he wasn't mine to lose. You know, I'm just a guy that he loved his videos enough that he wanted me here so that he could see me from time to time and hang out and cut up. You know, and yes, he was Chris's loss. He was definitely Chris's loss. I'm sorry, my mind ain't really working the way it should, and so you know, I can't keep up with everybody. It was Melvor's loss. Sorry for your loss, Seven. I know you'll get through this and go back to talking movies and video games as usual, but it wouldn't be the same. Just know, well, I appreciate it. It would be very presumptuous for me to say that, even though, you know, I know that we loved each other. I know that, but you know, like I said, I'm just someone that he discovered on the internet by pure chance and said, "Wow, I like these guys' reviews," and that turned into, "You will come to Texas. You will come now. Come to Texas. Come be here, so I can have you at the conventions and talk to you and cut up with you." That's who I was. Yes to Dongo. Daryl. Yes. I didn't want it to be a pity party towards me. You know, what this was, you know, I didn't know him in the day to day. You know, I never worked with him at Blockbuster. I didn't go to high school with him. I didn't, you know, I knew him from later in life and from our long conversations and whatnot. That's the person that I knew, and so, you know, I did this to honor who he was to me in eighth, which was not necessarily going to be, you know, the person that he was for other people, for his wife, for his son, for his best friend, you know, because I'm sure obviously there were aspects of himself that he shared with them that, you know, he didn't share with me or eighth, but at the same time there were things that ideas that he expressed, jokes that he told, stories that he shared, you know, events of my life that I shared with him that he showed interest in. There are things that they didn't experience, and so that's why it was important for me, anyway, to share that, so that, you know, maybe that was an aspect of him that they didn't even that even his own family didn't know about, some new piece of him that they could take and hold on to and make it their own too, you know. And maybe that's presumptuous of me, you know, but I wanted to share it anyway because it's important to me that, you know, he had a history with me in eighth, and I wanted people to understand why I loved him as much as I did for that history, and why I had the gratitude that I had for him for what he did for me and my son. It's that simple. It's that simple. But, you know, I could keep I could keep telling stories all night long. I could be here. I could be here to the crack, till the sunrise, just telling stuff that I'd seen him do at the cons. You know, a good God, the wrestling match between him and Wood. Oh, oh, that was a real winner. There was always something like that going on. There was always some kind of wackiness going on. I could tell these stories for hours and hours. And I didn't even go to that many of them. I went to the two in 2017, the two in 2018, the two in 2019. That's six. And then I skipped 2020, 2021, 2022, and then I went to two in 2023. I went to 8 conventions, and then he's been to my house twice. I've been in his physical presence just 10 times in 8.5 years. And that's why I'm saying, we knew each other for, over a decade, for like 13 years. But as far as being in the same state and seeing each other, we're talking, just 10 times in 8.5 years. And that's why I say, it's not, it's not, I don't feel right saying, oh, well, this is my loss, because, there are people in his life that saw him every day, that worked with him, that grew up with him, that went to school with him. And I'm just a guy that he liked his videos and grew a friendship out of that, a pen pal. A pen pal he got to see twice a year. That's who I was. But I loved him. I loved him a lot. I loved him like a little brother. I'll always love him like a little brother. And I'm very honored that he cared about me enough that when he was staring eternity in the face, he still took the time to let me know that he loved me too. And I think that's where I'm going to cut it off, folks. I appreciate y'all coming out to see me. And I appreciate you listening for so long to my stories about my friend. If you've not watched all of the Game Chaser episodes, I would strongly recommend you do. After you watch all of the episodes of the Game Chasers, I would only slightly recommend that you watch his Billy Chaser channel, because there's some real wackiness on there. Some very old videos, including his toothpaste recommendations and things like that. And I would absolutely recommend that you watch Adventures in Game Chasing. Once you've seen it, even though it was made 3 years ago, you're going to add it to your 80s watch list. I guarantee it. You're going to love it. But I love you, Billy. I'll always love you. You'll always be my little bro. You'll always be my little bro. You'll be the unofficial uncle that Eighth never had. And I'll never forget you, and I miss you. I miss you bad. Thanks for coming, guys. I'll be back next week. Same 7th time. Same